All right. Oh, look at that on my face. Second, what in the tarnation? There it is. All right. Good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing? A little technical difficulty there. Didn't get my picture all the way up on the screen or my face up on the screen. Um, yeah, I know. I forgot. No picture of the old radio. I rather like that photograph for likeness. Yeah, I forgot to put it up. So I apologize. I was trying to make sure I got a song, one of the songs downloaded. Remember, a couple weeks ago we talked about different hymns and different songs. So I was trying to get one of them up. That one there was Surely Goodness and Mercy. What am I, a disc jockey over here? Surely Goodness and Mercy. So I had to make sure I put that up. That indeed, and good evening, Brother Christopher. And Brother Calvin, the pitch will be up next week. I don't know how I forgot that, but I did. Good evening. I love that hymn. Yes, that was actually recommended by you, sir. Dear brother, you recommended that one. So that was this week. And I have a list here going of some of the songs that you guys had recommended. So they'll go in each Friday, will be the next one. I can't, that one I remember you did, but I can't think of all of them. I know Amazing Grace, Brother Calvin said. Brother for Shall Stand Forever, he had another one. I think he had no, I can't remember what. Come Thou Font. Yeah, that's the one he had. So I hope everybody's doing well as I'm talking about music already. I hope everybody's doing well this weekend and this week. I don't know exactly what I want to talk about this week. We always go wherever, but I have about 100 different things that have been on my mind in all different directions this week. So I've started many different things. I got the Westcott Horde, obviously, I was doing Sunday's message I'm working on. So a lot of different things. I was even into Aramaic and Syriac, which I never do, but I was looking for some of my old notes on that, and all over the place. But and we'll be doing. It's just me here. I will actually be doing a series, and I've been working on that as well about how we talk with each other as brethren, brothers and even sisters in Christ. I know it's usually a lot of us guys are talking, but there are some young ladies who pop in as well from time to time. So we're going to be talking about that. So I'm preparing a series dealing with that. So that should be exciting and fun, especially because I keep seeing in different places arguments and arguments that should not be there. So, in my opinion, so we're going to talk about that in a series down the road. But other than that, we can go a lot of different directions. I'll tell you something funny about my dad that happened yesterday, which the clear blue took me by surprise. I know I saw a short the other day of I don't know what it was about, but it's about a pagan IMO. I think that means in my opinion too. So that's it. And I think it's needed, not only for us gray-haired, white-haired people, because we do need a reminder sometimes as well how to teach, but some of the younger generation as well, I think, need to be reminded of how we approach things. I think they're very focused or hyper focused on calling out and rebuking others, sometimes in the wrong time frame or situation. It reminds me of wrong time, wrong situation. It reminds me of a Thanksgiving I went to years ago with my when my mother was still living, and we were at the Thanksgiving, and one of my older sisters comes in the door, and I said to her, and I was not a very nice person. We're going back. We're going back a few decades now. And I said to her, how's that sucking off the welfare system doing? And then she went on to say, I have a legitimate disease. And she walked away, blah, blah, blah. When she came back, she said to me, you owe me an apology. And I said, you're right. I says, not for what I said, because that's right, but this was not the time and place. Now, I know that may not be the best analogy, but there's a time and place when we have disagreements and arguments and complaints when there shouldn't be a lot of arguing. And that is what I see more often than not. Perhaps because we're not. See, Brother Christopher has heard a lot of my stories over the years. I've known him for what have I known you going on? Probably 2 years, 3 years, something like that, roughly thereof, something like that. I've known Brother Christopher probably, I would have to say 6 months or so after I moved here to Tennessee. I met Brother Christopher, so I've known him for a bit now. He's heard a lot of my stories. Close to 3 years. There you go. The Lord blessed me to be able to be in a to give me a job and that's where I met Christopher, is with one of our jobs. Well, okay, so I started to watch this video, and then I it was a short, but and I didn't watch it all the way through, but it was an ironic one. It was a Catholic, it will look like a Catholic priest talking about the rise of paganism. And I think that is absolutely ironic, if I can use that word, or hilarious may not be the right word for it, but I'm thinking to myself, well, it's the old saying, the kettle black, you know? It's like, if you have a mirror there, priest, you might want to look into that mirror. And that's what I was thinking about that. And so I thought about downloading that one of these days and making a quick video on that, which I don't usually do, but I think I might do a little more of it. And there's another guy that I don't know why I'm drawn to watch this guy's shorts when they pop up. I've never watched his videos, and that's his Tim Wildsmith, a very mainstream secular, you know. He would probably fall into the crowd of the Mark Wards, the Wes Huffs, the James Whites, even Keith Foskey a little bit, but you know, very much against the King James Bible, but you know, but it's a fine Bible. You know, it's interesting, you know, that old saying, hey, you're doing a very good job, but this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. So that I'm not really doing a good job, you know. Oh, the King James Bible is an excellent Bible. Except for, and except for, and except for, and except for. It's as if their only mission is to be condescending, passive-aggressive, and continuously attack the King James Bible. And as I've gone on, and I've said this before, I'm a King James onlyist. I don't mind. It is what it is. That's the title I got. Again, I didn't know it was a title when I first started reading King James Bible years ago, but that's the title I'm going with, and I'm okay with that. But the more time goes on, some people start to shy away from the King James. I don't want to be, you know, say anything. I am more excited to be a King James onlyist than I've ever been. I don't want to say badge of honor, but I'm thankful and grateful to be a King James onlyist. I got no issues with it. And I think in a wishy-washy world, everybody doesn't want to take a stand on what I mean, you know, I'm for the King James, but I mean, there's some fine other Bibles. Nobody wants to take a stand anymore. And when I say nobody, I know that's an exaggerated word, but you understand the gist of my meaning. And we're like, well, I mean, it's good, but these have this. Then you have, I caught today Nick Sayers, and I caught maybe 20 minutes of his video because I'm still at work when he made the video today, his live stream. So I listened to about 20 minutes of it. And what I did hear was something about Keith Foskey claiming to be eclectic. He's an eclectic Bible reader or something or other. And I forgot to really put something together on that. But eclectic, you know, that sounds to me like eccentric. It sounds to me like, you know, I go with everything. Nobody can pigeonhole me. No one can put me in a box. I'm all over the place. I go float here, float to there, float to there. And it's ridiculous. I think it's crazy. Growing up, I didn't know there was other versions of the Bible. Well, you're from the South, buddy. Y'all been Southern a lot. Southern, of course you're Southern. Y'all been King James longer than anything else. Although there, you got even though the Church of God had it, and Church of Christ and so forth. But you had your Pentecostals down here too. You had your holiness going on there. You had the holiness movement and stuff like that. So I know you got Pentecostals down there, but I don't see too many Pentecostal churches. But ironically, we go back to the Civil War. The Catholic Church is a big thing. There are a lot of Catholics down in the South before the Civil War. I think a lot more than people realize that there were. I was surprised until I did some deeper study on it. It first came up with, and I just learned this not too long ago. To be honest with you, I deep dived this not too long ago, probably about 3 years ago. Brother Chris and I worked with another man. He's a decent guy. He's a good guy. He's a hard worker most of the time. He gets mad too quick, but he had a tattoo on his arm, and it's a Catholic tattoo. And I asked him if he, what he was, Baptist and so blah blah blah. And he said his family had grown up Catholic, and I thought that very interesting because when I saw the tattoo, and I forgot what the tattoo was. Brother Chris might remember, but it was just Catholic, and so I started deep diving things and really understanding. Wow, many of the elite people in the armed forces of the Civil War and the Confederacy were Catholics. Jefferson Davis, Catholic. Alexander Stephens, Vice President, Catholic. I have a whole study I was doing. I never finished that study. Just so much paperwork with different generals and colonels and majors and so forth and so on. So, but we just went down different trails. See, rabbit trail on that one. How about that? But I found it fascinating because a lot of Baptists started up in the north, and they ended up in the south, and a lot of Catholics were in the south, ended up north. It's kind of a switch there. A lot of things like that. Speaking of ironic, the Barbarian made a video yesterday or the day before about debating, which I just happened to agreed with. I don't enjoy watching him do it to keep up with what he's promoting. So here's and brother, I think no, it wasn't Brother Jorge. It might have been somebody else that brought to my attention a while back. Or maybe I read it in the comments. What is his name? The kid there that debated one of the IFB guys. Oh my goodness, his name is Tim. That's his name. I think that his name is Tim. Correct me if I'm wrong. I saw Born Again Barbarian made a comment about him debating and said he did a great job, and he was on his debate. Well, which I think is interesting because if you're against debates, how do you congratulate someone on doing something? You guys can disagree with me and tell me how you feel about that. How do you, if you're against something, how do you congratulate someone involved in something that you're against? Now, I know Nick Sayers done debates, but you'll never see me congratulating him on a debate. In fact, you probably will never see me watch him debate anybody. And no offense to Brother Nick, I think he's a fine man. He teaches some very wonderful things. He's got good stuff, but that is where I just will tune out. I have no interest. So I don't know would that be considered being a hypocrite? I'm not trying to throw that word around, but I mean, it seems to me, you would be, if a brother is doing something that's contrary to what you believe in, would you not go, hey, brother, I'm not for that. So, can't believe you did that. I must have missed that one. I disagree with formal debates. The debate itself, are you talking about? It was against, I want to say, is it, it's an Irish name. Now I'm going to pause and live stream. McMurtry. Is it McMurtry? Tommy McMurtry. Tommy McMurtry. I could be wrong. If you know the name, let me know if I got the wrong name. It was one of them formal debate. Yeah, over at he debated on standing for the truth on SFT, right? Isn't that where that was? He debated. Yeah. So the kid Tim from AVBTM, I think that's how you say it. Yeah, authorized version Bible Thumper Ministries. I think that's what it's called. Yes, it was over on SFT. Okay, that's where I thought it was. But and to me, it's like I don't celebrate Christmas, right? We know that. And I have no hate to somebody, but I'm not going to go out of my way to wish people Merry Christmas when I don't believe in the Christmas season. So, isn't a debate just a controlled argument? You would think so, but no. A debate is got monitors, but too many times the moderator is not. What's the word I'm looking for? They're very biased. They take sides. I've never seen ever, and I'm including politics, by the way, moderators that are straight down the middle. I just have not seen it. They always are somewhat to one side or the other. I know after watching in that 30 days, that month there, of all those videos that I watched on Stand for Truth, Standing for Truth. When I watched that, sorry, George Bay McMurtry not long ago on SFT. Oh, so it is McMurtry. So I did get the last name right. Thank you. I wasn't sure if I got that right. But they always take sides. I will say this 100%. The moderator at that particular channel, excuse me, Donnie Budinsky or Budinsky. It's a Polish name, and I apologize. I'm not trying to mess it up on purpose. I really don't know how to remember his last name, but he basically will side, and that's not the place of that of a moderator. It shouldn't be the definition of a moderator, but it is. That's why I'm not a big fan of debates. A civil conversation, dialogue, I'm all for, but now where was I going with that? So in politics is the same thing. They usually take sides. And that's what I say. Brother Nick was doing he's got a series of but the Paul Ankenberg, the Ankenberg. I can never get his name right. I'm awful sometimes remembering people's names. But the Ankenberg, same thing. That's a moderator who's also very biased. He's on one side of the aisle on that. So that's why it's a ridiculousness that these things happen. Oh, that's that Christopher. But I just don't. I see no fruit from it. I don't. Again, gangsta. Well, you said gangsta, but I think you meant Gangstaberg. Yeah, yeah. He's a champ. But yeah, so that just came from Born Again Barbarian. Now, don't misunderstand, please. I don't hate Brian Denlinger. It's weird to say Born Again Barbarian. That's just an odd thing. I know there's going to be a conversation. Well, barbarians, blah blah blah. I'm not against him at all. I don't hate him. Contrary, I know that folks from that camp, when the ones that are very loyal to him, and I've seen their comments, are very, very volatile, very combative. I don't know why. I don't know what that is. I don't know why they come out of there like that, but they just do. Unfortunately, for whatever reason. I did find it weird that Brian had told Timmy good job when there was a weird feud going on between Timmy and Brian, along with Jacob Thompson. Those videos no longer exist. That's another thing. I know that I deleted a lot of the gospel hour videos that I did with Scotty there. And maybe I shouldn't have. I mean, I just deleted them off when I was clearing up the space. And it really was just clearing up space. I was clearing up all the videos, stuff like that. And then, so you had to, on the live stream channel, it says delete. Do you want to delete the broadcast and delete the video and clear up data? Well, now, back then I didn't. I paid for it briefly and then stopped paying for it. But then now I'm paying for it again. But now I have more space. But I just don't know, man, why they were feuding. Now, Jacob Thompson is, I believe, the guy who the wine press. He does that newsletter thing, the wine press, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Tim, that's Tommy, I think. And Timmy's the other guy over at AVBTM. So I don't watch his channel anymore. So, but yeah, it's just kind of weird stuff like that. Again, I don't know how y'all feel, but if you are anti something and you're against something, are you not a compromiser or hypocrite or perhaps not completely an honest person? Personally, I would hope and expect my brethren here, if I went and did something that I've been contrary against, that I've been opposed against, and then I do it, and then you go, hey, what are you doing, Steve? You said you were against that stuff. Why are you promoting, or why are you being kind about it? Shouldn't you be telling someone it's no good? Yeah. So, that's kind of how I feel. And yeah, I don't want to go too much on Brian, but I want to leave it this. I'm not hateful against Brian. I don't hate him. I know that a lot of people from that camp, and I've seen this in some of their comments, are very hateful. It's just weird. I don't think there's any reason for it. It doesn't make sense to me. They attack people. I know that there's a lot of gossip that comes from there. Along with, at one point, that guy Scotty that I did a channel with, I had multiple people reach out to me and say that he was, bad mouthing me and my family. I only took it personal only one time, and that's because he spoke about my wife. Now that's where I have an issue, because I don't put my wife on YouTube. I don't have her out there. If you want to put your wife out there, you have to. Sorry, but you would suffer the consequences of people attacking. You have to expect that. I don't agree with it, though. Don't get me wrong. I don't think you should go attacking someone's wife just because you have them on YouTube. I'm just saying, I don't know how you expect that not to happen. I do know I saw a couple of shorts by somebody one time about Brian when he flip-flopped on it. You'll never see her, and then you saw her. So, and I've said that, I think I've said basically the same thing about my own wife. I say, you probably will never see her. The chances of you seeing her are pretty slim. Now, if I ever did have her on here, it would probably be talking about family and marriage, or raising kids, or taking care of the elderly, or something like that. But you won't find her on here helping me teach things, or discuss biblical matters. That's not her place. No matter how smart she is, she's incredibly brilliant with a lot of it, but you shouldn't be doing it. That's my opinion. Now, that Tommy McMurtry, now somebody correct me, but when I was watching that, I got the sense that he came from the Steven Anderson tree. That's what I see there. I don't know if that's true or not. Oh, another question I got to ask. Brother Jorge, no, you wouldn't know, Brother Jorge. Well, maybe you might. Brother Calvin, you might know. What's going on over that other channel with aliens? What I did not watch either one of those episodes. I did not watch either one of them. Should we be involved and I know Peter Ruckman, yes, I know they come from the Peter Ruckman tree of things. So they like to talk about aliens and all that stuff and the government and so forth. I don't know. Now, if you're a preacher and a teacher in biblical matters, should you be doing all those type of things? Yes. Yeah. You just reminded me. Yes, on the Steven Anderson. Okay, so I figure that's where he came from. I know that gentleman there has and the reason I found out is that when I saw it on Nick's channel, I was looking back at a few of his videos and I saw that he did something on Steven Anderson and beating his kids and stuff. I was like, my goodness. I hate to say it didn't surprise me, which it's sad. The unfortunate thing about that, there's a lot of people that were making, see, I knew it. Oh, there you go. That's what happens. And I saw a lot of attack on that. And he should be condemned for all of it. Don't get me wrong. I didn't see anybody going, we need to pray for him. We need to pray for that wife. We need to pray for those kids to find the true path to God and to overcome these things and to heal from all those things and to hope that every one of them, whatever wrong was committed, that they repent for those things. They'll pay that price one day, but then they repent. Nobody's talking about that, and that really bugs me. I see a lot of Christians, again, people just attacking. Told you so. Told you so. That's what you get. That's what you get. I'm like, man, oh man. Nobody wants to talk about repentance. Nobody wants to talk about praying for them. It's unfortunate. That bothers me. Maybe that's why Brian commented. Yeah, but wouldn't it be hypocrisy for commenting on something that you disagree with and saying good job? Yeah, good job in doing something that I'm completely opposed to. Now, I didn't see his video that Brother Calvin was talking about. About debating or something like that. I've talked about debating in the past. But I know there was another guy who apparently after I was doing some videos, I got word back that he was doing videos very similar to mine afterwards. And I'm like, whatever, man. See, that's the problem. We all get wrapped up in that kind of thing. I'm like, who cares? Who cares? Again, where I draw the line is talking about my wife and even my kids, honestly, because I don't put them on my screen either. Those are off limits. I've made this comment before. I was anti-Obama back in the day. I think he's a scumbag. Can I say scumbag? I think that's an okay word, right? That's not a swear word. He's a scumbag. He's just a scumbag. But I never went after his daughters or anything like that. But there were people who just made fun of the daughters as well. Leave the kids out. I mean, the wife I get because people weren't going after her as a wife or a woman or a mother, going after her because of what she's doing behind the scenes and what politics she was involved with. That's kind of how was it. He has tons of videos on Brian Anderson. He was saying good job against Anderson's lackey. You wrote Brian Anderson. Oh, okay, Steven Anderson. I thought you were combining them. Although, humorously enough, they both have some similarities. They have some, not a lot. I'm just saying there are some similarities between them. But he has tons of videos on Steven Anderson. He was saying good job. Yeah. And again, it's a lot of attack. It's people who call themselves Christians but attack. And it's not a calling out. To me, there's a way to call out. You point out false teachers and so forth, but it's more attack out of hatred, with no love or trying to reproof, trying to rebuke with love. None of that was there. There was none of that there. That's what you find a lot of, or I'll say from my point of view, that's what you find a lot of. Is you find a lot of attacking and attacking and attacking, and seldom do you see any love to go with it. Again, people will say love. I don't mean the kumbaya love. That's not what I'm talking about. There's a biblical love to show. There's how you treat your. If you believe someone's a born again Christian, and even if you don't believe they're saved, you should still have an approach of how you're gonna bring the gospel, how you're gonna bring the truth, how you're gonna talk about the epistles, how you're gonna talk about Paul, how you're gonna talk about anything when all you do is hate, 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 hate. You're stupid, you're jerks, you're morons, you're idiots. I'm sorry. And so you go, whoa, Jesus flipped over the tables. I'm like, first of all, you're not Jesus. Second of all, understand the context of things. He wasn't going against his brethren. And that's what drove me nuts about that debating channel is, and I found it kind of deplorable. That's a more popular word, more recent word we like to use in politics. That you would say, I love you, brother, after you just tore them apart. You just tried to ruin them. You tried to destroy them. You tried to just beat down every argument or a point they had to make, and you did your best to make them look like fools, but you loved them. Makes no sense. It's like that old thing, you beat the wife, and that battered wife syndrome. I'm not exactly sure what the exact terminology for it. Like, well, I'm sorry, honey, I didn't mean it, but you made me do it. I love you. I know I just beat you. I know I just gave you a black eye and busted your lip, but I love you. And that's what I see in those debates. I just attacked you, went after you, almost called you every non-swear word in the book, but I love you. You're still my brother. I'm just baffled of how that is okay. I mean, y'all can tell me how you feel that that's okay, but where is that? And every time you hear people talk, I'm like, well, it's in the Bible. Where's in the Bible? We have to rebuke others. Again with the rebuke. It's always rebuking. It's nothing about going to the brother in private, one-on-one. Nope, it's right away. Today's world, let's put them out on the YouTube and everything like that. I watched one of the alien vids live, and George stayed within Scripture. Well, that's at least good, but brought up the gap theory to a lost man who seems to be seeking the truth, and believe it through him off the entire biblical narrative. In the beginning, God created. Yeah, see, that's all right. So, and that's the problem you see sometimes too. They go all of a sudden they go off. I'm like, you got somebody, right? You're talking to, they're listening, they're interested, they like what you're saying, and it's starting to feel like it's hitting home. You see it, and then you go into Aliens Underground Area 51. I don't know if that's if he ever said Area 51 or whatever, but I don't understand. Oh, I did watch. That's right. I tuned in for like 5 minutes. He was talking about some movie called Disclosure from the government. I forgot I did watch that. I apologize. I didn't mean to fib on that. I didn't see the second one I didn't watch, or the first one I saw. I think that's the first one, right? So he was talking about some movie, Disclosure, about high elite upper ups, exposing. And I checked out immediately. I'm like, come on, man. You want to get people into, and that's why I think maybe it's a bit of an echo chamber, sometimes with people. Here, I know that's kind of an echo chamber because of the way I named this particular live stream, just a fellowship, and we talk about different things. I mean, of course, anyone is welcome, obviously, without, we can keep the name calling aside. That'd be wonderful. But when you see someone and they're really into this, they're like, "Oh, tell me more. Tell me about Jesus and how he's the Son of God and how he is God and all those things." And then you go off into meat. You want to give steak to someone who has no teeth of the scriptures yet. They are just gumming it, and you want to just throw a T-bone steak at them. That make no sense to me. We wouldn't do that with anything. Brother Jorge, I'll say this about Brother Jorge, and I think he'll agree. I feel like he might. When a guy starts on a job, he's not the foreman. You don't throw him right into knowing all of everything. You build up where you're going. You got a 16-year-old kid. You go, okay, your only job today is carry that drywall, carry that sheetrock up there and help the guys out, get whatever they need. Basically a lackey. That's how you start out. I was one briefly for my brother and his company, Solid Rock Construction, up Northeast, up in Mass. And what was his company? It was another man's company. It's just he was one of the foreman people. But anyways, you don't start off with the big stuff. They're still getting they're wrapping their mind around the whole Jesus died on the cross for you. So and you would think good preachers would do that. And I'm not a good preacher because I'm not a preacher at all. I mean, do I preach? I guess you can say that, but I'm not one of them preachers who stand up and at a pulpit. But I don't really know what to think of the gap theory. It sounds extra biblical to me. I'm not saying it's wrong. I just think God would tell us more about this gap theory. Yeah, I don't get too much into the gap theory. People do. I'm looking at, probably because the reason I don't get it into as much is I don't believe that's something that is helpful for me when I'm going to witness to people, if I'm discussing things at work. Like I get this kid at work. I just told you, well, I shouldn't say kid, that's mean, but when you get a certain age, some brothers will understand me. When you get a certain age, all of a sudden everybody becomes a kid. I don't know what happened. I used to be the kid. Now I'm calling other people a kid. I'm like, man, the years went by pretty quick. But I gave him I'd forgotten the King James Bible for him one day. I brought him in the Gospel of Romans and John, but I forgot the Bible. Well, I shouldn't say I forgot. The kids cleaned out my truck for me. They were nice enough to clean it out, and they took that out of my truck. So they got that out. And so when they took that out, they took the Bible out. So I couldn't give it to my friend there, or not my friend, but the kid I work with. So, this is a perfect example. I'm giving him John and Romans like we normally would do. And I get the King James Bible. And he said to me, hey, he goes, where should I start? And I said, well, John and Romans, we can start there. And then he stopped to go, well, how about this? I'll just start reading and then I'll ask you questions. I'm like, that's fine. But what I didn't go, and goes, yeah, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But then being someone who's just interested in the Bible, we should talk about the gap theory. What does the firmament mean in Latin, Greek, and Hebrew? Or is it Syriac or Aramaic? Or how about in the back? And I'm not mocking people who have those discussions, but why would you have that discussion with someone who's just starting to learn to read the Bible, wants to read the Bible for the first time? It seems to me like a no-brainer. Let's not start there. I left a comment of exhortation, and George replied that he thought the gap was a help, not a hindrance in him understanding the scriptures, which I would have to totally disagree with that. Let me skip down. I'm sorry. Greetings, everyone in Christ Jesus. Greetings, brother. Taps mic. This thing on. Hold on. Wait. I don't know if you can hear that. Yes, it's on. All right. Thought we'd get some humor there. I enjoy your humor, but thanks for being here, brother. I appreciate it. But you missed a little bit, but that's okay. We did talk about arguing amongst the brethren. Oh, that shouldn't happen. Well, we talked about a lot of things. 42 minutes. Hey, good solid day, Daniel. Nice. Brother Daniel. I've never called your name out because I didn't want to. I try not to try to get people's names. But yeah, anyways, go back to that. And I'm hoping he's going to ask me some questions, and I'll do my best to answer those questions the best of my ability. Now, will I be perfect in my answers? Probably not, But going back to what you were saying, I don't believe, I do not. And by the way, praise the Lord that you left a comment of exhortation on there. That's fantastic. We need more of that. Um, but I don't believe the gap theory helps at all. I don't how that helps. I won't. No, I've never disclosed this, but I used to go to a church that Ruckman visited a lot. I had to leave just over the gap theory because it's totally contrary to scripture. Now, does he teach the gap theory? I don't know. I don't know if he teaches the gap theory. I'll tell you what, when I see videos about the gap theory and out there and it comes up in my streams, I don't even click on them. I just don't. I mean, I don't click on dinosaurs or anything like that. I don't get into that either. To me, it's all extra stuff. That's just, that's me. I'm not hating on anybody who wants to try to learn about the gap theory or what it means or anything like that. That's fine. You do what you want to do. I mean, yeah, I agree about the gap theory is wrong. Yeah, I'm not a fan, but I don't see that it's correct. And I've seen it described weird ways too. So, yes, sir. I know. I just want. However, I will say this though. Let me just get though. I will say this. I did go to his bookstore. Well, I guess it's not his anymore. He's dead. But I did go in there, knowing who that he has one. So I've been down there. So because he has, I've actually gone on his website and ordered the gospel tracts because their gospel tracts are incredibly cheap, and you can buy a lot of them. So that's when I came across them. When I was looking up gospel tracts, that was one of the cheapest. I know there's moments with the truth or moments with the book. I think is another gospel tract one. There's a couple different ones, but I found the Bible Baptist bookstore to be among the cheapest. And yeah, I would love to make some, but honestly, when do I have time to make them? You know what I mean? And I like Chick tracts too. I think some Chick tracts are so. But then there are other ones I think are great. So take that how you want. Doesn't mean I'm a huge Jack Chick fan. I don't know really much about Jack Chick. I know more about David Daniels because I guess he owns that company now. Or was it David W. Daniels? I think he owns that company from my understanding. Don't quote me. I don't know, but I think he owns it. But so I have been there now. And I've said I think Ruckman has taught a couple of good things. I think he does a great job. I thought he did a great job on Calvinist. I did see his video on Calvinist. I think he did a wonderful job on that. Personally, I thought he did really well. But yeah, then you go off in the weeds about all weird stuff. And I'll say that, and that reminds me because a person who sounds or styled a lot of his stuff, it seems like, and his approaches. We were just talking about him earlier, there, Brian Denlinger. He really emulated and copied a lot of his stuff, and I don't think he meant to plagiarize them on purpose or regurgitate his stuff to be his own, but it turned out that way. And so you saw a lot of that, but they go off the wheels in the other areas in their preaching, and I don't understand what it has to do with anything. I'm like, it's not on the subject, Have you ever heard of Fellowship Track League? Yes. It's been a long time since I looked them up. They also do some as well. I don't remember who runs them. I can tell you that. I know my Nice Bible. I mean, they're all nice because they're King James, but my Nice Bible is not from them, but it's from local church publishers. So that's where my Bible comes from. But yeah, usually I look at places like that, mom and pop places, basically, that I try them as best as I can. But so who wants to get mad at me for going to a church this Sunday? Raise your hands. Anybody? Well, I can't see you, but anyways. So I decided to check this this church out, this Baptist church. It's the only Baptist church I have seen so far who claims they're 1611. So where in the Bible does it say for in one man all have sinned or something to that effect? Oh, you guys talking about something different. I'm sorry. So, and I'll tell you the interesting. It's funny the one interesting thing I got out of my visit to this Baptist church that I think is interesting because it goes along with something I think we talked about either last week or the week before. But whether preachers or pastors or whatever terminology you want to use, should they work or should they not work? Should they be bivocational? Yeah, you can ask which church. It was up in Sweetwater there. Lee's Chapel Baptist Church in Sweetwater. I think that's the name of it. But they claim to be AV 1611. So, I mean, they got a big AV 1611 on their building. It's not a big building. It's a small building. Because if it was a big building, you wouldn't see me in it. But so the interesting thing was the preacher there works. He's an electrician. He works for a living. And to me, that's what I believe in. That's what I think. So, all right, we're looking for something. Romans 5:12. I don't know why you guys talk about Romans 5:12. Something must have been going on somewhere else, but I want to look at Romans 5:12 now. I feel left out of the conversation, man. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. That's a joke. But I know some of you believe that believe that preacher should not work and should be given money by the congregation, and some yeah, it's right there. 5:12. He's right. 5:12. Wherefore, as by one man sin entered into the world, and death by sin, and so death passed upon all men, for that all have sinned. All right, I just want to read it, see what we're talking about. And I'll have to get back to Nick's video there. I'll have to watch that later on, or not later on, not tonight. I'll watch that probably tomorrow, maybe the next day. But I couldn't watch it, you know. Brother forever shall stand. Forever shall stand. Brother shall stand forever. This is not really a personal question because it's been in the chat forums. I'm hoping you and Bryson are resolving some stuff there. I'm kind of saddened about that whole thing. Maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe it should be none of my business. But as a brother, just kind of I don't like to. I don't like to see it. I don't think there should be that stuff division going on. I feel like there's too much going on. So you can tell me butt out of your business. That's okay. Oh. Oops, sorry. Let me know what you think about. Oh, hold on. About it. I'm always looking for one myself. I think the preacher's last name is Scruggs. Of that church, I actually forgot what the guy's name was. I'll be completely honest with you. I don't remember his name. I remember what he looks like. I just don't remember his name. Sometimes I'm bad with names. It takes me a bit. It just does. It takes me a bit to remember folks' names. But the fact that he worked, and for me, that was important. That he works for a living. He seems to be a solid 1611 guy. We'll see as time goes on. I'm probably going to go back next week. I think I'll check it out again. I'm always looking for a small local assembly that or congregation or church. Okay, any of you who've been on the other Nick's channel, you know what I mean? I think it was on Nick's channel. We talked about the different names that they were talking about. But yeah. So, well, what do you guys think? Do you think we should be focusing on, and here's something I'm wondering. getting out of those kind of clickbait title stuff. What do people want to talk about? What do people want to hear? His name was Scruggs. There you go. My wonderful and fantastic wife has said his name is Scruggs. Okay, there you go. And my wife will attest. Sometimes I forget people's names. I can be forgetful sometimes. It's just a matter of fact. Well, what can I tell you? But there's a lot of clickbait title stuff out there, and I think most of it is to, and at least George Otonios there has been honest. He wants to get more views. He wants more subscribers. He wants to build up his channel to be bigger and bigger. At least he's honest about it. Whether I agree or disagree, at least he's honest about it. I think if things are meant to be, for the most part, organically, it's going to happen. God will open the doors in different cases. That's me. That's just my opinion. Bryson denies the Trinity. I can't count. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I can't count one a brother in Christ if they claim to be a Christian but deny the triune God. That's not hatred nor debate, just non-negotiable. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. What I think what bothered me a little bit with that whole thing is that I'm seeing, Brother Nick put out some good stuff, and I see people go off, and I guess people can do that in the chats, but I just feel like there's some good stuff. Whether you agree or disagree with whatever Nick is saying, he's got some really valuable information. And I got no skin in the game. I don't know Nick. We're not like best buddies or anything. I'm not emailing him and we're talking back and forth or anything like that. I don't know. Again, maybe it's me. Maybe it's my problem. But I just wish people, especially brethren, I shouldn't say people. That's not the right way of saying it. See, even I can misspeak sometimes on accident. I don't know who you're referring to. You might be Forever Shall Stand Forever. You talk forever. I gotta stop saying Forever Shall Stand Forever. Shall stand. I'm just gonna say Brother Daniel, if you don't mind. Maybe now that'll be easier. That's funny because I just repackaged one of my books. I went on to Lulu.com. That's at the time that was the cheapest place to self-publish a book, and I completely changed the style and redid it or reissued it, I guess you can say. So now it's pending like permission to be distributed and all that kind of stuff. But where is that book? Are you guys okay if I show you the book? Because I'm not trying to hawk my book or try to sell my book. I'm not trying to do that at all. So I'll ask your permission first. I'm not going to be one of those guys that says, "Hey, look, buy my book." But I'll wait. If you guys want to see it, I'll put it up. If not, that's okay by me. Also, I'm not here to sell my book. In fact, I just ordered a few of them. I'm probably gonna start putting them out there in mailboxes. So I have an original. Yes, brother Chris, you have the original. You do. Well, Calvin says go ahead. So this is, I hope it's not in reverse. Is it reverse on your side? It's reverse when I'm looking at it. But it's the truth about Christian liberty. That's my name below there. And why I repackaged it is I did find a couple of printing errors. And I don't know how I missed them before, but there's some printing errors in here. And I was very upset by that. But anyways, but what I did is I changed it to and it might, I don't know how you guys, I'll ask your opinion. Instead of, so the new edition that I put out there, instead of saying just my whole name there, I've now put BRO on there. So as brother Stephen LeBlanc, Senior. Now, because I don't want to ever be considered a, someone who's trying to be a scholar, a theologian, or some sort of teacher or anything like that. I'm just a brother, and I think we're all brothers and sisters, and that's why I changed it to put brother on there. But that's this one, The Truth About Christian Liberty. So, yes, you have the original. Yeah, go ahead, show it. Second edition is where the rake comes into play. I'm just joking. Does rake mean money? Is that what that? I think that's what you mean. So, you know what? To be honest with you guys, I'd probably send it to you for free once I start getting them in. I didn't write to make money. If I make money off of selling it out there, that's great. And it's probably I think I charged like $10 for it. And even I thought that maybe was a little too much. So, you know. And the other book I wrote, if it's okay with you, the other one I wrote was The Heresy of Christian Isolationism. That was another book I wrote. The big one I wrote, and again, I probably didn't bring it out here, which I've already redone, put a different cover on it out there, and I don't think I have it in there. The King David. I know Brother Jorge has it. Actually, I think Brother Christopher, I think you have that book as well. I don't see it out here. I might have. I should have brought it out with me. If it wasn't so late, I'd request one of my boys to come bring it out to me. But I don't see it out here. Well, that's the other one. I know the other two you can get right now online. Oops. Oh, I'm pressing to me. The King's one is great for the kids. Yeah, I tried to design that book in a way to not be so much of a commentary, but a lot of times it really goes through all the kings in the Bible. And it started out as I was preparing these Wednesday night videos. If you look at them, and I put them in, I think I got them all out. I have a playlist. And after I was probably about halfway through, maybe 3/4 way through, I thought to myself, I wonder if I could put this in a book form of some way. So I did. Spent a lot of time on that Wednesday night series, and then printing it. That took me about a year, I think, in total, about almost a year. You guys, some of y'all might remember, it took a while to go through all that, and putting together the videos and writing them and preparing them, and then putting into book form, because then I had to then change some of them, PDF file it, and then send the PDF file over somewhere else. So I'm not complaining. But yeah, I'd probably, and The Heresy of Christian Isolationism was based on a couple of things. There's a difference between putting yourselves out and isolationism. You mind if I read the preface of it so you get the gist of it? I'll wait for permission. It's we the people, man. It's about you guys. I don't want this to be about me. I already feel like I'm making it about me and my books, and I'm already not feeling like that was maybe the nicest thing to do, because it's not about me. I know a lot of guys like to hawk their books, and I like when my favorite is when they put their books behind them all the time to make sure that they wrote a book. There's not one behind me, although I am getting a shelf, and I'm gonna put some interesting stuff on there. So I'll go for it, and please do. All right, if you don't mind. It's a real quick preface. I don't get long and windy, so I'll read to you. The concept of Christian isolationism, or the thought process that certain Christian groups should isolate themselves from mainstream society, is dangerous and has infiltrated the Bible-believing community, and is very anti-biblical, and has been brought forth by misunderstanding and misconceptions. Oh, this is my original one, because one of the words is spelled wrong, so this is my proof copy. These heresies, but it's actually supposed to be these heresies. These heresies will and can shape how both outsiders and insiders view such groups, leading, in my opinion, to an oversimplified and distorted ideas about their beliefs and practices. This book will explore some of the groups and cults that indulge and practice the heresy surrounding Christian isolationism. That's just a preface of it. So wrote the other one, working on another one right now. But I'll probably, if you guys have my email, so if you ever want to just email me, I know people don't like having an address, but once I start getting the books in, I'll send y'all one. I won't sign it, because then it will not be worth anything to you. So I'll avoid that if all possible. But I didn't do it for money. My wife will tell you the same thing. I work for, and I stress this a lot. I work for a living. So I don't need to write these to make $1 million. I don't need to make a bunch of money to support me by writing these books. I write it because I want to, that I like to, and that I just think some people might find it useful and interesting. So I put it out there. But I know you can find my King David one. As much as I didn't want to do it, I fought this for a while, and I finally let it go to Amazon. I think one of them is at Barnes and Noble. I have no idea how it got to Barnes and Noble. It's not at Walmart, so I don't know why it's not at Walmart, but whatever. So it is out there, and I fought with the Amazon thing for a long time because I didn't want to sell on Amazon. I know that I have a few copies down at 2 local stores here. There's a local bookstore, and that's a secular bookstore. It just happens to have a religious section, and a Christian bookstore run by some people who are, in my opinion, running it into the ground because they get no customers, and that they're not doing anything to get people. So I'm a bit slow. George just got the rake statement. Yeah, raking it in. Not so much. Please do. Go for it. Oop, I just hit the wrong. I noticed that AVJIM from Jim the best. You said you were slow. I just picked up on AV Jim. Oh yeah, that's right. From George channel was that Nick's today. Oh okay. I don't know. Do they know each other? Man, I don't know if George and Nick know each other. I have no idea. They might. I have no idea. I keep on meaning to reach out to him. I guess he has a Discord or something like that, but I don't have Discord. I had it for a brief second and then uninstalled it off my computer. Again, when I was doing that whole thing with Scotty a while back, I don't do that anymore. And I do hope he's doing well, and I hope he's better, and I hope he's got rid of a lot of the anger that he has. Because I really feel when I first saw him, he was well-meaning and trying to do something good, and then just a lot of hate came out after a while. So yeah, Jim the Baptist, my bad. He's actually a homeless vet. A homeless vet? How is he homeless? I'm a little confused by that. How's he homeless? I know a person who claims they're, I know a person who's collecting disability after serving a brief time by getting hit in the head by the door of a truck in the Army, and he gets PTSD money for that, and disability. So, that leads to what I mentioned I don't know, Brother Calvin, were you on that George's channel? And George made a comment that he knows where it's going, and I don't think he knows where I'm going with what I said. But I wanted to talk to Jim, but I would love to have Jim on my channel eventually and talking about being a veteran, and being a Christian, serving the military. Should you collect money from the government as a born-again Christian? And I'd love to get his opinions on that and his views. I'm not looking to try to, condemn him or trap him or anything like that. I'd love to get more people on that. That's stuff like that. I would love to then do that thing where you drop the line in on the live stream and have somebody come on and talk about it. I'd love to get that to go on. I'd love to have people talk. I'm always talking. I don't mind listening to others at all. I have no problem with that. You should talk to Scotty. Yeah, that whole thing bothers me too. I just don't. His stories. When my youngest son Joshua says something, he tells a story, I'll say this to him, and I don't think I made this up. I think this is an actual statement. And I said to him, "Your story is like Swiss cheese." I said, "It's got a lot of holes in it." That's what I always tell him sometimes, my youngest boy, and that's what I'll say about that. From my understanding, he lives out of a small camper or van. Okay. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Because I know, I believe he does a lot of street preaching. From my understanding, he does a lot of street preaching. I don't know if it's out of his camper or his van. I don't know. But he also goes to a church. So I'm wondering why maybe someone there doesn't know somebody who might have an apartment for cheap or an efficiency or a room to rent or things of that nature. So that's interesting. But I would like to get him on, talk about military things. I'd love to get anybody on who is a Christian who has served and what their opinions on military are. It's not to condemn anyone at all. I mean that sincerely. I have my beliefs in it. And my opinions on it, but my opinions are coming from a different directions than somebody else's opinions on it may be. Sometimes it comes down to experience and where they've been through. I would really like to talk to him and listen to his take on that subject too. All right, so we're gonna have to reach out to Jim one of these days and have him on and have a conversation. So I guess I'll have to. I don't know how to get a hold of him other than the fact that I can just. Okay, so a lot of people want to talk to Jim. I want to hear Jim. I would also like that. All right. So we're gonna get to a. All right, so we're gonna next time I'm on George's station, or I'll even give George my information, my email or whatever, and he can then give it to Jim, and he can make and then he can contact me and see how that works out. And I like to hear other people's opinion too. And when we do this thing, I'd love to see people pop on and have a conversation about it. I think there's a lot of different opinions on this. I think they come from different angles because of people's experiences or people they know. And I'm not a fan of serving the military, but I believe, especially with and it's a tough one because how do you dance around that? What's the subject? Oh, we're just talking about AV Jim for a second. We're talking about it just came up. He was on a channel, but I wanted to talk to him a while ago. I wanted to reach out to him to perhaps get him on this station. The station? That's not the right word. Somebody's like, "Oh, now it's a station, Steven." I misspeak. What do you want from me? This channel, I'm an old man. Forgive me. But I like to get him on here, but talking about the military, his opinions on it, and how he feels about it, serving as a born again Christian. Bible believing born again Christian. How does on a couple different things? And I have my opinions on it. And what's it say? In a kind of way. I'm not because so far he's one of the few born again Christians or one that says they're born again Christians. I don't want to say professing. That sounds awful, but to get him on and I don't see too many. I don't talk to too many that are born again that served in the military and do they still believe it's right? Do they believe they should get pensions? Do they believe they should, a lot of that stuff? And I'd love to get his honest and true opinion. I'm not trying to find a way to not make him my brother in Christ. I'm just wondering where he's at with that. Because I can have my own, obviously I have my opinions. I see. Because I know my son and my son's got to make his own decisions. He's trying to go off to the National Guards. Apparently he missed his weigh in or whatever it is by 0.5%, the body fat. He passed his MEPS and stuff like that. So now I'm inviting you, brother. I want to get Jim on. I don't know how you feel about talking, but I want to talk to people about their opinions on it, where they stand biblically on the matter. It's not about it's not a negative thing. I did not serve. I tried to. I was going to go serve, but the recruiter I talked to, I was driving a taxi at the time. I was driving taxi just out of high school, and I asked him, and he says, "Well, do you have a record? Have you been arrested?" I said, "Yeah, I've gotten into some trouble." Well, it wasn't just out of high school. I was driving. It was in my 20s and my early 20s, and I fell off. I had some issues. We can talk about that another time. Lack of discipleship, a lot of things that happened. That I had a lot of zeal for the Lord, and then got led off in the wrong direction by wrong people, unfortunately. But so I wasn't allowed to serve because I had a few arrests under my belt. Although, and when I learned about things like in the 70s, man, you had a choice: boot camp or jail. I believe they should have brought that back for some. But I don't know if that would work anymore, because I don't know that the military is supposedly strengthening up again. But I believe in military, but not as in the military we have. It's tough to explain, I guess, but I don't want to spend all night talking about it. But I do want to speak to people that their own personal opinions, being in there, not being in there now, things like that. Remember, pension is different from disability. So I did talk to a guy about that. Someone who's not a Christian who served, that I work with. And he said, disability is something you have to go and get. So you have to, they don't, and I'll go with the guy, one of the guys talked to, Brother Christopher. Brother Christopher, you might, well, I'm not gonna say the person's name that we work with, but he had 20 years in the service. And I asked him a lot of questions based on these matters of things that I heard from, well, I'll just say from Scotty, and because there were things that didn't make sense to me. So I talked to him, and what he told me was not factual. And I'm not talking about the guy that we worked with. I'm talking about the other one who served like a couple of years and said what he said. So, and this guy from 20, because the military wants you to work from, I was too fat for the Air Force and National Guard at 18. They wanted me at 100. Yeah. So, and that was the problem. My son has missed what's called MEPS. He took the MEPS, passed real high. He had an 80 on the test. Apparently that's really good. Or I guess I'm like, when I was looking up, I'm like 80. It's not the highest score you get, but apparently that's way up there. Didn't know that. I wouldn't guide any Christian to join because of the environment of sex, alcohol, etc. is detrimental to spiritual health. I wouldn't recommend unbelieving to join either. I would tend to agree with you, brother. I would. But I will support my son no matter what. I believe the reasons why he's doing it. I know why he's doing it. And I know he's only doing a short stint of it for a reason. The guy we worked with who knows the system well. Yes, he knows it very well. And in fact, I'll tell a little bit of this guy's story because he's been open about it. He tells people, and I'm not giving his name out, but he got into a pretty tough situation at one point over there. And I believe he spent almost a year, a year in the hospital on his, recuperating from all the injuries and back issue, all types of stuff. And now he's got partial loss of hearing. He has breathing problems and things of that nature. So, but he works. He has all these things. He's on a oxygen tank. He's on an oxygen tank at work sometimes when he gets overbreathing. When he has trouble breathing, it's too much exertion. He has all these things, and yet he works for a living. He works. He served in the military for 20 years, and he works. And he has all these disabilities. So when somebody tells me sometimes when they can't work because of disabilities, I look at guys like him, and I'm like, I don't know if that's so much true. But thinking that the very existence of the military being unbiblical, I'd probably disagree. I don't agree with the military machine. No. I'm not against the military. I think the military is biblical. With the Israelites, we had militaries. If I misspoke, I'm not. I believe that there is a thing for military. I don't think it's if I said it wrong, I don't think it's unbiblical to have a military. That's not what I did say. Um, my youngest son's leaving for the army in February, brother Dan. He is saved and also a babe in Christ. My son's MEPS. Yeah, so my son was, I think, was 82. So your son's a little bit higher up on the scale than mine. I don't know if that's good or not. Apparently, that's really good. So, because for my son, he wants to get into intelligence. He wants to work for, like he had a Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. His point, he was telling me one time, is he wants to solve things. He wants to, families that have had family members murdered and all that kind of stuff. He wants to help find those people and bring closure to families. So it's a noble cause there. Good evening, Brother Bryson. Good to see you, bud. Well, that's not for me. Sounds good. Great at Calvin. Been years though. I was in the Navy, so I didn't dodge bullets. Oh, sorry. Yeah, he was hurt bad. Yeah, he was. So if anybody, he had some good. And I've told him this before. I used to work a long time ago with a Vietnam vet who used to work part-time, and he got out of Vietnam. He was, I mean, when I say he was in Vietnam, he was like in Vietnam, and he was over there. And when he came back, he was working. He had the stereotypical waking up in the middle of the night and things like that, and he still worked. So when I see Christians, I don't know. It kind of bugs me a little bit. I hate the abuses of disability. I actually was in a class when I was getting ready to get out of the Navy where they try to get you to get disability, whether you need it or not, which is funny because I'm surprised about that because the brother we were talking about tells them that they don't want them on disability. They try to deny disability claims as fast as they can, which is interesting. Has he looked into a career in forensic science? Oh, I don't know that he's looked in forensic science. I don't know. But yeah. So we'll see how that rolls about. And I hope he's doing it for those reasons and wants to be in a situation where he can help people who have lost people. And, it's an incredible, noble cause. I think it's a wonderful, I don't want to misuse or beat to death the word noble. I know it's an archaic word, but yeah, we'll see what happens. And I wish the best for your son as well, Brother Calvin. I hope the best for him, that he stays in his walk with the Lord, because there are a lot of things that can take you off the walk. Never mind the military or the armed forces, just in our own lives when we're babes in Christ, there are things that can take us off course. Doesn't mean you're not saved or born again. It just means there are things as a babe in Christ that you encounter that kind of push you off the edge or push you in one direction. Lack of proper discipleship, a lot of those things. And I've told you before, my famous one all the time, people probably still hear it today, is they're all the same. That's why I do the Westcott Hort videos. They're not all the same. They're all basically the same. Yeah, they're all basically the same according to one Bible, the Westcott Hort edition, and then you have before Westcott edition, those all match. But I don't want to get too far down into the weeds on that particular matter, but not need be. But yeah, hopefully I can get Brother Jim on here one of the days, because he's not shy about being on camera, because he's on George's channel. So I mean, he's not shy about that. I just have to find out if that's something he's comfortable with having a conversation about. If not, if he's not comfortable with it, I'm not gonna force the issue. But it would nice. I would like to get people on eventually. And if you guys know anybody who's willing, a born again Christian, would love to talk about their experience as a born again Christian. Maybe pre-military they were born again, or they weren't, and post they are. What they feel about collecting, what they think about pension. Should we be living off the government? I tend to believe that when you're living off the government, you're not providing for your own. So let's say, and I'm hypothetically speaking, so I don't know where everybody is. Well, most of you right here in the United States, but I know I have a couple people from other places that watch. But so I don't know the welfare system in every country, obviously. But if you're on welfare, and I want to be careful with this because I'm not including certain people that have had it rough, or and what I mean, there are single mothers that um, have became saved after they've been divorced and things of that nature, and even single fathers too. So there's different things that play into that. But as a general, I don't. I think when the Bible says you're worse than an infidel if you don't provide for your own, because if the government is paying your bill, if the military is paying your bill, then are you an infidel because you're not providing for your own? And I thought about that too, as congregations that pay for their preacher. I thought, are they an infidel? But what I will say, if you're able-bodied to work, then I think you should work. I don't know why I'm trying to, carefully say that, but you should be working. Now, I'm not saying if you're paralyzed. Listen, I know a guy who, when I was delivering auction tank, he's paralyzed. He has a better attitude than most people I know about life. I mean, he's paralyzed from the waist down. He's in a bed. I had to install those liquid oxygen tanks, and I had to deliver those. We used to deliver those. I had to deliver them. So Jim said he was born again before going in and found it hard to be around the environment while serving. Yeah, well, I mean, when you're saved, it's hard to be in an environment of non-Christians in a workplace as well. I'm not comparing that to the armed forces and being in the military, although some people you work with can be like, you're in a war. But I'm kidding, kind of. Well, that goes back to what Brother Daniel was saying earlier. There's a lot of that stuff around, and you can easily be taken off course. The armies in the biblical times, those who fought for God, the armies of God, the Israelites and so forth, they didn't worry about that as much. They weren't trying to get into some brothel overseas. So, but I know what I say about the military and my beliefs are a little bit biased because I'm seeing it from a non-serving person who didn't serve. And by the way, with that, I am thankful for those who, whether they did it for the right reasons or not, whether they knew they were being brainwashed or something or not, I am incredibly thankful for those who gave up their lives and those who are still living, but those who gave their lives. Because look at this world today. If you went back to ask World War I veterans, World War II, about fighting and what they fought for, what they fought, what they fight for. I guess after work I go home. I'd imagine in the military you're stuck with the people around you. I don't know if anybody saw this. There was a military guy, and I might have talked about this, a military guy from England who served in, I'm pretty sure it was World War II, and he was on that show, and I guess he kind of cried a little bit because he said if he knew that this is what he fought for, England, United Kingdom, where he is, he would have never served. And that's probably would echo with a lot of guys. They served for a whole different reason. They served for what they believed was freedom. They served what the popular democracy. They served so they could protect this country from not being like other countries and being infiltrated by foreigners. I don't mean foreigners like illegal immigrants and Mexicans and Guatemalans and Amazonians and Somalians. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about invasion of. And we've opened the gates, or they're all in cahoots. So there's something to be said about that, because our military today, they can say in God we trust all they want, but our military today is not fighting for God. They are not fighting for God. They can say and convince themselves they are, but they're not. I do not believe that at all. But maybe some of that I can talk to Jim about. But and even you, Brother Daniel, if I can ever make this happen and have you all on, I just have to hope it works and I can put the little drop down. I'll have to learn how to drop that thing down where you can invite people on and talk, because I think it's important information. I think it's something that I'm not seeing. Now, y'all can tell me if I'm wrong. I haven't seen anybody really going after this issue. And when I say going after it, I don't mean in a negative way. I mean talking about this more openly, because people feel like they're going to be criticized or put down or anything like that. I think it's important. I think it's one of those things. I was not a Christian in the Navy, but I was starting to be very interested. So much unfaithfulness of marriage exists in the Navy. Yeah, I've heard that. I've only heard that. But so many pitfalls and traps. God showed me mercy. Amen. Today is not much of a difference. Over the past few years, we have been invaded, so to speak. Yeah, it's a different type of invasion. They're not coming in with guns and stuff like that. Although I guess somebody got shot in the National Guard. I didn't read that. I didn't watch the video about that because I was thinking about my kid. So I was like, I'm not gonna. I don't want to think about that. But yeah, we've been invaded for a long time. You think about 9/11. You think about Oklahoma. Things of that nature. It's always been going on in these different shootings, and we have infiltration and terrorism of ideology and just feelings and emotions. So we have that going on with different shooters and so forth. So, but again, when you look at the and by the way, the Roman Empire was the only one that had a pension plan. I was looking at looking that up at one point. Don't you get me started, Jesuits. Don't get me started, man. I'm gonna tell you right now. There is almost nothing. When I say there's nothing I can't connect, it's not like I'm going out of my way to connect things to the Roman Catholic Church and the Vatican. Everything I look at always seems. What's that? Remember, what's the old saying? All roads lead to Rome. Yeah. When you got the communist president connected to the Vatican, you got South Vietnam's North Vietnam's president or South Vietnam's president. He was also a Roman Catholic. Everything goes back to Rome. Yeah, it does. I'm not going to say amen because it's not a good thing, but yeah, it goes back to Rome. No matter what you look at, you look at the rat line of the Nazis. You look at the Atlantic slave trade route. You look at that. You look at, you just everything. You look at Vietnam and South Vietnam and the Catholics trying to get in there. You look at Japan. When the Catholics, the Jesuit missionaries went, you look at South America when the Jesuits went over there and started building over there, and everything was peaceful until they started taking lands and so forth. All they've done is that they've done that. Catholics have been down the Nigerian side of Africa forever. They have been down there forever. People forget that slaves weren't the slave trade route wasn't originally coming to America. It was going to South America, and even then, that's a later on word. America, named after what? America Vespucci, I think. But they were going across. The irony of the Catholics are so messed up. The Vatican is so messed up. These guys are so corrupt and so confused that they accidentally will, attack each other and not even know that what they're doing. What's a beautiful play by the devil and the devils and Satan and the Vatican Church, because they were coming across. I don't know if y'all heard my video of the podcast. Did I make it a podcast or I just make it a video? I forget. But I've talked about this before. That ship was coming across South America, but it was boarded by pirates from the Dutch colony under the Catholic flag. So that Catholic flag didn't even know that ship was a Catholic ship, and they took their slaves and brought them up to America, North America. So it's amazing how that works. It's when you're not living by God and you're not living by the Bible, sola scriptura, as they say. So, who speaks about Rome? I see that, but who you guys talk to? You have to tell me what that is. I'll listen to anybody about Rome. Mostly, some people are. In the UK, they got to be careful too over there, because I think I mentioned this about the Sister in Christ, that they're monitored. Their Facebooks are monitored. Everything's monitored over there. It's wild. That's the only person we know from Britain. But yeah, all things. It's just, it doesn't matter what you get into. The personal banker of which is the weirdest thing. A personal banker, I can't remember his name, of Hitler was both and this is the weirdest thing, a socialist and a Catholic, a Roman Catholic. That was a weird one for me. But when you look at Bretton Woods and a lot of guys like that, same thing. You got a lot going on. It's the Vatican has been trying to take over this country forever. They wanted this country for a long time. Some people say, "Oh, the Jesuits founded this country." Well, I'd have to say, what do you mean by founded it? That's not. They were people came here to get away from that system, and unfortunately came here. Like, good example, Lutherans, which they say are Protestants, but let's just, who believes they're just Protestants? Can we just, they're Catholics. They're Roman Catholics. The Lutherans just became, they're really just there's very small differences, in my opinion, like the Episcopals. Still Catholic, still from the Catholic tree. But, they it's very weird, the corresponding things between Roman Catholicism and Judaism. Well, where do you think Roman Catholicism naturally comes from? In my opinion, who are, I mean, you have the Pharisees, who was created by, the Pharisees were created by the Maccabees. The Maccabees, as you well know, is in your Catholic Bibles, the Apocrypha. The Maccabees, the Maccabeus, or we say Maccabees, but Maccabeus or Maccabeus, whatever it is. Yeah, that sounds like that sounds like his name. I haven't read about him in a long time. I didn't know there was a documentary on it. That's pretty cool. You have my phone number, so you can send me a link to that on YouTube. I'll check it out. But from what I did some research on him, and because I came across his name, again, I'm one of those guys who comes across a name that I've never heard of, and I just follow the bread trails. Just follow the bread trail and find out where. I skipped sister. Hey, sister Esther, good to see you, sister. Ex-Catholics for Christ's or KJV. Oh, I've seen that guy before. Didn't he do a video on a waterproof Bible, a waterproof King James Bible? I think that's the same guy. I'm not surprised he's Catholic. Yeah, he was Catholic as well. But you're welcome. It's good to see you. But yeah, so all those things lead back to the same places. Always the same thing taking over, but they're all in the same bed. Roman Catholicism, going back to the Pharisees, that were created to be an argument form against the others. Then you have the Sanhedrin sect, who just like to argue amongst themselves. That's all they do. I mean, I wouldn't really call them brothers in the Jewish faith, maybe, but all they do is argue. Everybody needs to be right. I've already had that experience with somebody else. Like, go ahead, be right, man. I ain't got to be right. I don't need to be right. I'm good. I can move on from that. I'm not looking to argue with that. But yeah, you go back to that, the Maccabees or the Maccabeus, which I believe was the nephew of one of Hiram. I can't remember. Please forgive me. I can't remember the names. Sometimes when you do a lot of research stuff, you forget a lot of research stuff because you get into something else. You could be studying, the ancient language of Greece, and suddenly you're looking at the difference between Syriac and Aramaic. You could be talking, I'm going to study these ships that were supervised by the Catholic Church in Japan. And then you find out the president of South Vietnam was from a big Catholic family. So it's all these. Yeah, it's just you go through a lot. I apologize for that. You go through a lot, but and the irony of this whole, this here is replacement theology. They believe they're to replace. And I like, I saw a couple videos that people are surprised about the new Pope. They're like, oh, man, I thought he was going to be different. Different how? Different how? Listen, what they're doing, the Vatican Church, is using certain people to infiltrate lobbyists who are also Catholic and infiltrating the president. And what they're going to do is getting into those things, getting into those fields to create a situation. Now, remember, the popes were tyrants and dictators that had to have it their way. And what they do is they'll take over. They're going to make this country the same thing one day is like all the others. They're going to make it so bad that you're going to be begging to have a tyrant or a king. And we'll use that word because the No Kings movement, to have a king. You're going to want that. And when you get that king or that tyrant or dictator run by the Vatican is going to go out and persecute. Like I talked about the video. And the video before that I did about that, about the propaganda film, what were they comparing the atrocities of the Jews and the atrocities or the slavery? They could buy, who they put in the same category of being persecuted? Catholics and Freemasons. Why? Because the government is run by those. Conspiracy theory alert on that one. It is interesting that the greatest Christian, Paul, was a Roman Pharisee that condemned Roman Catholicism. Coming from it, they know. That's not me. Makes different me perfect. That is true. They use the clergy stance. That's not something else. So I got a little off course on that one. I apologize. A little upbeat, I guess. But it's amazing how you see it, and Freemason today is like the Roman Catholic Church. Their crimes are in front of your face. Why do they need to hide? They hide in public. They hide. They stayed hidden for years, right? The Freemasons and so forth. And then they smarten up. They says, you know what? The greatest way to hide, well, let's just go right out in public. Whether it be whatever, like Albert Pike. When Albert Pike wrote this, this is not it. This is the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. The Albert Pike Morals and Morals and Dogma. They just come out in public. Plain sight. Oh, why would you question it then? Why would they just hide it? Because you're foolish to look at it and go, whoa. And sometimes I think we purposely, and when I say we, I don't mean you and I, brothers and sisters, but as a society, as a collective, bury our heads in the sand. Look the other way. We don't want to see things that may disrupt our day. We don't want to be outside the box. We're like, I want to be in this little bubble. No. And I feel that way about people who can work, who are able-bodied work. There are men out there who are able-bodied work, and even men who are Christians who are able-bodied to work, and they don't. And that's not good. That is not good in any way. And I can only speak for one woman, being my wife, but she, and I'm sure there's many other women, believe or wish they didn't have to work. They would rather not work, not because they're lazy, because the Bible wants women at home, rearing children, taking care of family. But unfortunately, there are situations, and these same women who are Christians, but are unfortunately put in a position, they could have become Christians after a divorce or anything like that. And they're being persecuted for working because they had no choice but to put food on the table. Women make mistakes. Men make mistakes. I'll give just a hypothetical. A woman has 2 kids, right? 3 kids. Let's use 3 kids. 3 kids. Her husband leaves her. Let's just go with 1, because we know that's common in this world today. Well, I don't want kids, but they were not Christians. He split. She's left with kids, but she's a bad person now. She's a Christian now, born again, but she's unwed. But she's a bad person. That is not logic. That's insanity on a lot of pastors, on a lot of preachers' parts, and I'll call every single one of them out because they have not a clue. These are mostly men that either are so disconnected to the world because they don't work for a living, or disconnected from the world because they go straight from seminary, from high school to seminary, and they're on the pulpit when they're 22. Now, and that's as a whole. I'm not saying every single one. I can't tell you every single one of them, but that's what I've seen. And I've heard other people tell me the same thing. I don't know how I get to that point from the other point, but that's where I got to that point. Sometimes I go off the rails. If I didn't mean to sound angry. Did I sound angry? Well, I'm a little righteous. I got a little righteous anger on that one. And they want to cause these divisions for what reason? Cause strife when strife does not need to be caused. Argue things that shouldn't be argued in that moment when it should have been a personal discussion first. You go to that person one-on-one, then you bring it to the next level. But that doesn't happen a lot, does it? Unfortunately. Brother Daniel. Oh, sorry, that's not to me. I think that comes from. So, that's where I stand on that. I guess we know where I stand on that. But I do hope that we can reach out to Brother Jim. And Brother Daniel, if you're interested, you let me know, and I would love to have you on as well and create something where other people can talk. I think it's important. But I believe most women would rather raise their family, but we are in a society where it doesn't happen. I don't believe a woman should work, but I do believe that there are times when a woman does work and has to work for different reasons that are sometimes beyond their control. I don't knock them for that. It's like I've known men who have attacked women for being married to a non-Christian, and they shouldn't be with them. I know a man who preaches against people being divorced who's been divorced themselves. That's hypocrisy at its finest. Now, we're not all perfect. We've all made mistakes. But one thing I do know, if God can forgive, so should you. Not you can also, or so could you, so should you. You should. Again, that's how I see the matter. And I'll watch those guys on that other channel. I haven't got around to that. I'm still trying to watch Jeff Riddle. Oh, Brother Daniel, you weren't here last week, or maybe you were, and I forgot to ask you this. You recommended me to look somebody up. I know you guys all recommended songs. I do have a bit of a playlist. I don't know if you see it. Some of the songs I got playlist started, so they'll be in my. Each week I will put the songs that you guys like on there, and again, this is about all of us as brothers and sisters, as brethren among the fellowship, and I will do that. But you had mentioned somebody before. I want to say the name's Nathan, but I don't remember what it is. And I apologize for that. I wrote it down on a piece of paper, and I can't find the paper anywhere. So I know you may or may not remember what we talked or who it was, because we were talking about different people. We talked about Jeff Riddle. Brother Calvin, I got a question. I got another question. I'm watching you guys talk back and forth at the same time, but I have a question. Not that you can't talk. I was just kidding. I have a question about street preaching thing. I want to talk to you about that for a second. But Brother Danny, I'm wondering who that person is. If you do remember them, I'd like to know so I can look them up, because I like to be a man of my word and look people up when somebody recommends somebody. I try to go check it out, but for the life of me, I can't find that piece of paper, and I just can't. I wish I could, but where it went, I don't know. I try to write things down, but it might have been a book recommendation. I don't know who it was. We were talking about different people. Oh, you know what's funny? I probably could have gone back. I'm just thinking about this now. I probably could have gone back to the live stream and try to go through it and find out what you said. So maybe I'll do that. But I don't know if it was a book recommendation or a YouTuber. I don't know. We were talking about different names. We talked about Jeff Brittle. I think we talked about David Cloud. I don't remember. It is really escaping me at this moment, but it could have been a book. The start with the N, a Nathan Stone or a Nathan Soul. I keep thinking it's a Nathan, but I could be absolutely incorrect on that. Brother Calvin, did you see the comment that was made by Nick about Seventh-day Adventists? Let me know if you did or not. Got a question on that. Sorry, I just looked out my pod shed. I have a window, and looking at that. So okay, so yes, you did see the comment. So my next question is: isn't one of his moderators from that? Little confused on that one. So maybe that person is not a Seventh Day that we were talking about before. So I don't know. I thought that was a little strange. How can you be against something if you got him as a moderator? Or I don't know. It's a lot of these things that I find strange sometimes. I don't. Y'all can tell me what you feel, but yeah, that's it. That is it right there. Nolan Jones. Okay. I said Nathan. I thought it was a Nathan. Thank you, brother. Floyd Nolan Jones. And which version is the Bible? A book. And he has a book on the Septuagint as well. Those are the only two things I can recommend. I haven't fully vetted all his work. No, that's completely fine. I just want so I can. I'm listen. I'm like you. I'll check things out and I'll look at it and see who they are. Oh, wait a minute, Brother Daniel. Were you here last week? I don't think you were. Do you know the booklet I bought last week? Let me know if you were here last week. I can't remember. I apologize. I know sometimes you're all here, sometimes you're not all here. All right, so you can actually find a free PDF of those, I believe. Okay, I'll write down that there might be PDFs. Might be PDFs. I can't remember either level. I do know that his mod has told those on his channel that if they cannot find a KJB believing church, an SDA church is just as good. That's a quote. Interesting. So, brother Daniel, I know you're gonna love this book I bought. Went off screen for a second there. Who is one of the not Ruckman now? So I was at a what do you call it? I don't know. It's not a flea market. I think you would consider it a thrift store. Different guys, different ladies. Y'all live in different parts of the world, so it's not a Goodwill. It's not a Salvation Army. Up in the Northeast, there's a place called Savers. There are some of those, but it's basically a thrift store. Secondhand goods, things of that nature. And I bought a book because the night before we were all talking about a particular author or a couple different authors that I know that I believe you would disagree with absolutely, because I know you're not a Ruckman guy, that's for sure, and I'm not a Ruckman guy either. But I bought a great book. You ready for it? Are you ready for it, Brother Daniel? I could not resist. I just couldn't, because we just talked about, we all had a conversation. We were talking about Ripplinger. We were talking about Gip. We were talking about Ruckman, different people. And when I was in there, because whenever I go to a thrift store, flea market, or anything like that, I'm looking for a particular, either a certain book or another, a different Bible version that I don't have in my paper copy that I don't have. I want on hand to go through. But it was just, to me, it was fitting. The next day I saw it at a thrift store, and I could not help it. I could not help but buy this, because I thought it was fantastic for the fact that we were all just talking about it the very night before. The next morning I'm at this thrift store, and bam, what do I see? I did buy something else from a guy named Ellencott, old guy from the 1800s, did a commentary. I do pick up commentaries from older people, not because I agree or disagree, because I like having it to check it out, to see how they line up with different versions. But yeah, so bought it for $2. $2 at the thrift store. $2 is nothing for me to throw on something to get into the thing. Now, will I ever read it? Probably. I try to read everything I got, whether I agree with them or not. Just like the Arthur Pink, who's a Calvinist, he's got an old book on the Godhead. So I'll read that when I get a chance as well. But I thought you would enjoy that. I thought everybody would enjoy that, for the fact that I always find it fun when we talk about something, and then the next day I come across something, and I'm like, well, how could I not? Yeah. You did need your pry bar for that one. Yeah, I didn't want to spend $2. I'm a cheap guy, but you got to buy what you got to buy. Not on Nick's channel, but his own channel, just to be clear. Oh, I didn't know he had his own channel. I did not know he had his own channel. That's good for him for having his own channel. It's pretty cool. I think it's a great book. I have noticed that anyone that's ever said something negative about Nick, he kind of throws under the bus a lot. Wait, what? I think it's a great book. I have noticed anyone that's ever said something negative about Nick, he kind of throws under the bus a lot. He throws Nick under the bus? I don't know. Funny thing is, I saw a video of Ripplinger years ago from her brother, who gave me a copy. I did buy one of her books, Hazardous Materials. I've never heard of that book, but she helped me see the problem of modern versions. So, and I think she does a good job, supposedly, on that. I'll be honest with you, I don't know a lot about her. I only know from other things. Nick throws them under the bus. Nick throws them. So, anybody who speaks negative about Nick throws under the bus. Gotcha. I think that's what you mean. Now, I think, where's the book? There's a word in that book. It says it's gleanings, but I think it is possible to glean things from places you wouldn't expect to learn something from. I think that's important. So I've enjoyed Nick's talks about Textus Receptus stuff. I enjoy that. I think it's interesting. But at no time ever will you ever hear me say that you should learn Koine Greek or Koine Greek or Koine Greek. I've heard it pronounced so many different ways. That you have to know those languages, the original language, the Aramaic, the Syriac. When we know, and then Hebrews. There's a reason why it says Hebrews is not Aramaic on the cross. A lot of those different things. We have the Bible. Right? We have, in my opinion, perfect. And this is, I do not believe we need another King James update. I do not believe that at all. And when I say that, I am not against Brother Nick. I think Nick's a great guy. I think great guy. I don't know him personally. Here's where we get into things where people are different behind the scenes than they are. And that's why I always hope to meet people that I talk to. That way they see the face, they meet the person, they spend time with that person. So that person then becomes accountable because you know who they are. You've spent the time with them. And only two people here have ever spent any kind of time with me in actual person. Brother Christopher obviously has spent more time with me than anyone else because we work together. So Brother Jeremy is never on these channels. You'll never see him here. But I don't have a problem with that. He has a family. He's got like a billion things going on in his world, his life. So we talk once a week. I know that. You got it, brother. I'm with you. I cringe at the update push from so-called KJV only. And I don't think Nick does not complain. Nick does not say that he's a King James onlyist. He is, now I've never seen him say it. I would think he would throw himself in the KJV preferred camp with the TR Receptus underlying Greek. I think would that be about the way to say it? And I think all that study he's done is fascinating. It has nothing to do with salvation. I don't think knowing the Greek personally, I don't think it makes you a better Christian. I just don't. But I think it's interesting stuff. I enjoy it. I enjoyed his Keith Foskey stuff, except I didn't get to watch today's one. I only saw snippets of it on the ride home from work, but because I caught the whole tail end of it, but not the whole tail end of it, but some of it. But I will, however, I can't help myself. I will buy it though. I can't help myself. I have to buy it and put it up there and I'll go through it like I do all the other different versions and curiosity of it. But I will say, I don't think that I can call him a heretic. I don't know if anyone here can say he's a heretic because he did that. I think personally, at this point in time, I believe his heart was in the right place. That's how I feel. But sometimes when something's perfect the way it is, it's perfect the way it is. If I had to learn another language, there'd be no hope for me. I like learning a few words here and there, different things. I was just talking to a guy, was it today or yesterday? I was talking to a guy yesterday because he was trying to figure out the numbers of his SO number. A lot of truck drivers today don't speak much English. A lot of the big rig guys do not speak English at all. None at all. So I was trying to tell him the numbers. I think it was the numbers of the SO number. I'm sitting there going, okay, there's uno, nueve, dos, tres, and seis was the numbers to the his PO number. He go, oh, you know Spanish, and I said, I don't know a lot of Spanish. I just know a few things. TR only and KJV preferred is what I've gathered from Brothers Nick's point of view so far. Yeah, that's where I would stand too. That's where I think that's where I stand on what I think where he is. I know that he always says that, if you talk to James White or anybody else, he's a KJV onlyist. I've never read the James White book. I almost bought James White book once. It was at a Salvation Army about 6 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years, 7 years. I don't know. When I saw it, I did not buy it. I didn't feel the need at that moment. I had no interest in buying it at that time. Don't know why. Probably because I think I'm more interested now to pick it up, knowing what I know. Now I would pick it up at a flea market if I saw it anywhere. I would definitely pick it up. You will not see me buy any Benny Hinn stuff. You will not find me buying any Rick Warren's Purpose-Driven Life or Joel Osteen's Smile and Scam America books. I won't read any of that stuff. That's for sure. But And I got a TR up here, and I like the TR. I enjoy it. I look at it every now and then when I get some time. As you guys know, you probably already seen my Greek to English lexicon. I like to look at that, my Hebrew to English lexicon. When I have time, I dive into a couple of things and look at some stuff, and just out of interest and things like that. But we don't need to know all these things. That's my opinion. I think, I mean, they're nice to have, they're neat to have, but I'm a King James onlyist, and I'm more a King James onlyist now than I was when I began being a King James onlyist, when I didn't know what that was a big thing. Good for you. Thank you. I forgot. I'm not sure what that was towards, but I think I line up with Will Kinney's view. Oh, that's another name I got to look up. That's right. That was another name I forgot. I don't know these guys. I don't pay much attention. I'm so immersed in what I'm doing and studying. I don't look at a lot of other people too often, but I find myself nowadays looking a little more often at a few people. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. I muted the button so I could sneeze. I had to sneeze. Sorry about that. Let's see. I think I line up with Will Will Kinney's view. Some good TR Bibles, English and foreign, but can only vouch for KJV being perfect. And that, for me, we need a final authority in our lives from God. And that would, to me, be the King James Bible. Now, taking away some of the nuts that are in the tree in the King James community and realm, because we can all be honest, there are a couple. There's a couple. Every family's got a couple of dysfunctional members. But in this in the community, there are a couple nuts. But I would have to say that there are probably far less nuts than there are on the other side. When I look at that, when I look at the fruit from that tree, of the modern onlyist, and I think I borrowed that term, by the way, from Brother Calvin. I use that a lot. I don't know where I got the term, but I saw him using it too once. So I don't know if I said it first, but he said it first. But I think I took it from him, so I'm going to give him the credit for it. But modern version onlyist is what you have today. I still would love to figure out. I know my older son knows how to. He draws a little bit. He likes to draw a little bit. I think I'm going to have him draw me a little cartoonish type thing where there's a bookcase, and I might have said this before. And they have all the different versions on there: the NSB, the NAB, and the ESV, and the AVV. But and just have a guy look at it, and just that little talking bubble says, "What do my emotions feel like today?" Because I feel that's how they choose, how they feel. When I see guys that are supposedly, born again King James guys, and they make arguments on these channels, but they're using all these Bibles, different Bibles, to make arguments. It's the buffet table of Bibles. Monitor, that's good, Calvin. I've said critical text only is before. That's a good one too. If I ever write a short book on any of those two, modern version only is, because I've thought about that, by the way, not the critical text, but modern version only is. If I ever do, I will dedicate it to Brother Calvin. That is for sure. Brother Will Kinney has helped me greatly in understanding many things. Me, Will, and a host of others were solidly against Nick making an updated King James Bible many years ago, and never thought I'd befriend Nick. Yeah, I didn't, of course. Well, Brother Calvin, I'm more recent to Nick's channel. I've just found that I'm gonna have to say I've been watching now probably the last 3 or 4 months, roughly thereof. I couldn't tell you for sure, but it's definitely within this last year. Because I think I saw him, and I'm pretty certain it was on that Truth in Christ or Truth for Christ, the one that does the numbers. That he wrote a book on 777 or something like that. That's where I think I saw him, and I don't know what he was talking about. He seemed interesting, so I looked up his channel. So that's how I found him there. Nick interviewed Will Kinney. Oh, no kidding. Well, there you go. Since I got Nick, I'm subscribed to Nick's channel, so clearly I will check that out. Will Kinney's interview with Nick. I don't have to put his last name because I know who he is. Yeah, Steven's fine. Don't bother me. Some people call me Steve, some call me Steven. Although most recent years, people have been saying Stefan. I don't know why all of a sudden people, because Stefan, you could pronounce it that way, but it's Stephen. I was named after Stephen in the Bible. Steve's okay. It's fine. Either one don't bother me. Oops, I think I clicked a button here. I just clicked some button on. Oh, phew. I was just something on my screen popped up. I'm like, I pushed a button on mistake. Don't matter to me. But I was going to say something else, and I forgot what I was just about to say. What do they call that? Squirrel moment. But I will check out the Will Kinney. I will definitely look at that. I mean, the interview with Will Kinney. I'd be more than interested to see what that's all about. But a lot of these guys, like I said, I don't know them. I didn't know them, but I definitely have no problem saying I'm a King James onlyist, even though there's some wacky people that are out there who claim to be King James onlyist. I think the ones that bother me are the ones that are always angry all the time. When you see a King James Bible person and they're King James onlyist and they're just angry all the time, kind of like James White, who's angry all the time, who's mad at everybody, who thinks everybody's stupider and inferior to him. And there are some guys like that out there. It always bothers me that there are people who, in the King James world, the movement, there are people will be like that. God bless you, brother. Have a beautiful evening, and hope to see you around. Thanks for stopping in, though. God bless, buddy. Yeah, in the King James realm, there are people who make others look bad with their just constant anger, and they're bickering and they're yelling, and I don't understand that at all. There are some people who seem to start out non-combative and then become very combative. To me, it's strange because I always look at it as like, where's our love supposed to be at? There are times to have disagreements. There are times for those things. There are times for righteous anger, but the thing someone will get mad over just seems to be weird. Like like Brother Jorge, you were telling me about the time those two people had an argument over video games, and they broke fellowship because one said video games is bad, and the other said no, it's not. As long as you're doing it for God or you're not, whatever. I don't know how one plays video games to honor God, but that don't make no sense to me at all. I'm still, I don't know. I'm not saying you can't play video games, by the way. There are some okay games out there. Like we have a Wii. We don't have the Xboxes and the PlayStations and stuff like that. My boys get 1 hour of video game time. We call it 1 hour of Wii time. They have that. It's brand plug site. And they play they play bowling on it. They play tennis on it. They got a World War II ace fighting game, whatever, and things of that nature. I personally don't have a problem with that. But we don't have all that other crazy stuff. Like I said, the PS5s and 4s, and I think 5, right? Is that the last one they made? I remember seeing a commercial for PS5. I don't know if there's any more after that. I don't have a clue. But I don't do video games because I'm definitely an addict. Yeah, I can see how it can be addicting. It definitely can be. But so isn't the YouTube, too. I mean, you could scroll on YouTube sometimes and just watch hours and hours and hours of stuff. And next thing you know, 2 weeks later, you find your lawn is like 3 feet high. All right, maybe that's extreme, but that can happen. It could happen. It could possibly happen. There's an outside chance for that. All right, so I'm going to put a back here. I'm going to put up a shelf back here. I'm only saying this because I think some of you might find this kind of funny, or maybe you guys say I shouldn't do this because that's who I am. I was going to put a shelf back here, and there's a couple of things I'll definitely put on there. One of the things I'm going to add to it is something my oldest son just gave me today, but a couple of trinkets up there that might rile up some people. One of them I was thinking about putting the globe, because I know that there's a wild new push on the whole flat Earth, round Earth argument. It stirs a conversation, and my biblical coin here. I don't know if you ever seen that, but I have this. It's a coin, a relic from King Herod when he was in office. So that time frame. So I'm gonna put that up behind me, and just things of that nature. But I think I was thinking about putting the globe up there to anger some of the Christian flat earthers. Who's a flat earther here? We got flat. I'm gonna start an argument already. I'm just kidding. I don't believe in arguments. But I know there was just one gentleman who believes that your view on a round Earth or flat Earth can determine your salvation. Now, I have never heard that until that one person mentioned it, and I was like, that is a new one for me. I've heard some arguments for it, for flat Earth, and he was actually the only person I ever come across who is who does claim to be a born again Christian, who's a flat earther. So I don't know if there's more to that, but I'm hearing that there are Christians, but Christians and born again Christians, I think, can be a different. Again, Oprah Winfrey says she's a Christian. I think we all can believe she's not a born again Christian at all. That's just me. More than just one. What do you mean? More than what? One Earth? I don't think so. I don't believe so. But I'm not God. So, but I'm surprised that that's a big argument. I know that in the 19th or the 20th century, that whole flat earther, I think, Brother Jorge, you and I are talking about this. I've done study on that as well as you have. You did a lot back in the day, but the more modern push, Blavatsky thought they believed in a flat earth. The utopian socialists were flat earthers. In fact, Catholics were flat earthers at one point as well. Yeah. Oh, there's one. Also, there's more than one saying if you're a globe proponent, you're lost. I never thought I'd be a globe proponent, which is weird. I never had put too much stock in it. I don't think I've ever seen anyone ever preach on flat earth or round earth. I don't, more than just one who believes one must be a flat earther to be saved is why. Yeah. I'm sorry if I spoke differently. I'm sorry. Yeah. Is that's right. That other guy there who believes in not heliocentric centricity. What's the name when it's a flat earth but there's a dome over it? Oh goodness, what is that called? Oh, I can't think of it. It's not because heliocentric and the movement of the earth and the rotation and so forth. Geo, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. That's the other one. And I never thought when I read the Bible. Okay, I'm just gonna put it from my point of view, and maybe I'm presupposing that maybe I'm putting on what I already learned because the public school destroyed me. I believe in a round earth, but I never read, I don't know, in the Bible, I never thought about a flat earth. And maybe because we've always been around Earth, so I just always think around Earth. But I just don't see it. And, I mean, it just never did it cross my mind when I got saved that I should wonder about round Earth or flat Earth uh, to have my salvation contingent on the knowledge of that. Oh my, I researched that in my foolish law. People looking for the center of the earth, inner earth there. Yeah. Looking for everything but God, But yeah, so there's that one guy who's very adamant, by the way. I think some beat around the bush, but there was that one gentleman who was very, very, actually, Brother Jorge, I think you know who he is as well. Very, very, not the one that I personally know, but the other one. I think the other one you're referring to is the one I personally know, and that you personally know, actually. But that guy was very, very adamant that if you believe that the earth is round, you're going to hell. I don't know. I can't get on board on that one. Sorry. Oh, that was something I said before. Yeah. So all those things get exciting. Like I said, the newer push for that whole idea, and I was going to do a video about that, of my knowledge on it. When I say my knowledge on it, I don't mean my great scholarly scientifical, I look at certain things, where something comes from. Not what they want it to mean, but what it comes from. Excuse me. Someone recently said to me, but the Bible says the circle of the earth. Yeah, I know. So the circle of the earth can be put down, not like this, like a ball, but it can be a circle, just a flat circle because it's round. I'm guessing where this is going. To which I replied, it also says the four corners of the earth. So which is it? Silence ensued. So as a circle of the earth, right? And then it says four corners of the earth. That's the other one where it's like you put a map. You put a map flat down on the table, and they say that's the four corners of the earth. And then you get the round earth. If the Bible says the circle of the earth, and then that means, but it doesn't mean a circle as in, well, here's a circle, right? Circle. But they're saying that it means circle like this. It's flat in a circle. That's how they explain that. That's how I've heard it. But here's the funny part. That's how I've heard it explained from non-Christians, from the secular world. This is what I've heard in the years past about flat earthers. They believe it's round, flat. So when I hear a Christian, sometimes it's really weird to me when they will echo the same almost verbatim thing that they said, that the secular people will say. Yeah, the earth is round. Look, it's flat and round. Not round, but round. It's wild. I don't know. Now, some people are not going to watch my channel anymore. They're like, wait a second. He doesn't believe it matters about the earth being flat and round, and he wants to go to hell. Excuse me, he wants to go to hell? No. Or Hades, depending on what version you're reading. I'm just waiting for when God shows us everything. Yeah, that's going to be pretty cool. A lack of better words, it's pretty cool. Inspiring, phenomenal. I don't think there's enough adjectives in the world that could possibly describe how it's going to be or how we're going to feel. Wait. I hope I'm there. Okay, come on. I had to say that, I had that Calvinist David in my mind right there. I hope. What are you, Catholic or are you Muslim? I don't know which one. So look at Muslims. Look at Islam. Their road leads back to Rome. Just saying. Just pointing that out there. I got to put that out there. Oh, I was going to tell you a funny little story about my father. So yesterday, he has me. That's what we do on this fellowship. We go on different topics. I enjoy it personally, guys. I like when we go in different directions and we talk about different things. It's called fellowship. This is my idea of fellowship. It does not always have to mean that we have to get deep into theology. We don't have to talk about Greek and stuff like that. We can talk about the Geneva Bible and things like that. I'm just saying I think it's important that we all do that. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yes. Sometimes some of the Christians just want to fit in the circular world. Um, did you mean secular and put circular? Was that a play on the word? Because if it is, that's pretty astounding. That was pretty funny. Yeah. Uh, yeah. I don't know how I could say it any differently, but I could say it differently, I guess. But why Christians continually want to fit in? We're not supposed to fit in. There's a reason why I'm thankful I got 7 right now people watching, it looks like, but 10 and 11 people. And I'm thankful even if there's 2 people. I'm very grateful for everybody. It's the reason why I don't have 390,000 people watching me because listen, and I'll be honest with you. If I ever had like 20,000 people subscribers, I'd have to stop and look at what I'm doing because I just feel like you're very worldly at that point. There's something doesn't make sense. I don't know. That's just me. I could be wrong. I'm just saying you get to that level. I don't know. We're not born again Christians are, in my opinion, are not supposed to build a brand. I just don't believe that. That's just me. Yeah. Your dad is brilliant. He was. As much disagreement I have with my father, and we see things differently, he was a pretty smart man on a lot of things. Unfortunately, most of that would have been secular world stuff, but, and I've said this before, I was pretty much ahead of the curve a little bit on a lot of this conspiracy stuff. So when I hear some of the stuff that comes out, I've already heard it 40 years ago. You know, that's how I look at it. But actually, there's a very good video about Islam rose from Roman Catholicism, and it's from an SDA. He shows a lot of undeniable proofs. Just saying. And I'm gonna guess this person is Walter Veith. And if it is, I have seen him. I didn't know that I had seen him until somebody said something to me, and then I looked him up. I'm like, oh, I've seen that guy. I don't know if it's the same guy, but I think it's Walter Veith, right? I think he's Seventh Day. I'm pretty sure that guy's Seventh Day. Who else is 7 days now? Was there a Doug Batchelor that was a SDA and then left SDA or something like that because he's too radical or something like that? The Lord has those here he wants here. Oh, you mean the people watching? Yeah, I agree. Whatever reason it may be. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I'm always grateful, thankful that that the Lord has even allowed me and given me the ability to even be here to have a channel. I mean, to open the door for this, and so yeah, I'm incredibly thankful all the time. It's not a moment goes by that I am not grateful. I'll tell you, it is Walter Veith. Okay, yeah, I've heard his stuff before. What I have heard of that on Roman Catholicism is pretty solid, actually. So I have seen that. Going back to what you mentioned before, I'll give you one thing that just should give you all you need to know on that in a weird way to me. When the fact that when he went to a cave, and how many good things happen in caves, other than the fact that King David cut off the back of Saul's garment there. Not a lot of good things in history are caves. There's a lot of bad things in caves. People go into caves. The most modern thing, I read or watched a video one time about the fact that Steve Jobs from Apple went into a cave and had visions. And that's how he came up with the Apple products or Apple iPhones and stuff like that. I'm like, what? So anyways, when Muhammad had that vision, one of his relatives went to somebody and they were related to a nun. So that nun had a priest come, and that priest, that bishop or whatever from the Roman Catholic, said to Muhammad about that cave experience that, yes, that was a vision from God. So Roman Catholicism Islam are not far from each other. And you can see it today anyways. Coexist till you don't exist. There you go. Yes, it is Walter Beath. I do want to hear about your dad today. Oh, so thanks for bringing that back in. See, I go off the track there. So he comes to me and says, I need you to order something for me. Or I need you to make an order. I'm like, okay, no problem. So I go into his room to his computer and to order whatever he's ordering. The other day he was ordering Lee jeans, Lee jeans, Lee, Lee jeans. I couldn't believe he was ordering them, and he was ordering them. They were like $30 or something a pop. They were on sale at $30-something a pop. I'm like, yikes! That's a lot of money for a pair of Lee jeans. I thought Lee jeans were basically like getting Husky or Rustler, but he loves them. So, anyways, who cares? He likes them. He wants to buy them. Go for it. Anyway, so I thought that's what he wanted me to order, but he's on this website called AMAC. So, I personally have never heard of AMAC. But apparently AMAC is a version, or the conservative version of AARP. And so he's on there, and he's going to become a membership. He's going to buy a membership. I'm like, okay. What do you need? What is the membership for? I mean, it looks like, you're in your 80s, you don't travel. I don't know what you need discounts on. So he's going to order it. And I says, so what are you getting a membership for? He goes, because he can get 3 ounces of silver for a discount price by being a member of this organization. So he's going to get 3 ounces, and he says he's going to get it for $54. I don't talk about silver and gold a lot, but this the story I thought was interesting. So he says $54 because the spot is at 57. Now, if anybody knows anything about silver and gold, this is how it works. If the price is 57, if the spot price is 57, that's what's going at, and the bid price or ask price, that means it's really going to cost you 60. The best case scenario, looking at around 60, because you're going to get $3 over the premium on top. It's usually 5 to 8% over. Is a relatively okay thing. That's not bad. 3 to 5%, 6%. Anything higher than that gets a little crazy. But anyways, because the premiums are high. So I'm like, Dad, okay, they're gonna give you a discount. I'm like, all right, whatever. So I go to put in his password, and goes, that's my password. I'm like, Dad, it's saying it's not your password, and that's my locked in password. I'm like, okay, but you need one more character. And he goes, no, that's the company gave me. And this is where he's a little off and stuff like that. I'm like, all right, that's what I can do. So he's going to call the next day. So I looked it up myself. I'm like, all right, I'm going to go on this AMAC thing. And I check it out. And I thought my internet died for a second there. So I go on and check it out. But I see no discount. It says members pay $60. $60.25 at the lowest, but it's actually $63. If you pay by credit card or something like that. But I try to explain my dad. I'm like, but I can get it cheaper than that by no discount at the store. It's just at a local coin store. So I think some people, and then my wife pointed out, it goes, you know where he probably saw that? And I says, where? And he goes, well, on Fox News, because he watches Fox News. He watches other things he should not be watching, but he watches Fox News and they run commercials. So he saw the commercial, and he hopped right on. This is the problem you have to deal with as a grown adult with an older parent sometimes. It's like being a younger person who just had a child. It's only the same. Excuse me. Hold on 1 second. Sorry. I only buy my gold from Rose and William Devane. I'm assuming that you're being humorous. I don't know. Maybe you do, but I remember those commercials. That's funny. Forgot all. Because that's the only one he trusts. Yeah, so but he's getting no discount. And I don't know what to tell him. So I'm like, you know what? He's only paying, to go back to what your other comment was. He did not get a lifetime. He got a 1-year membership for $17. Well, that's what he's trying to get, but the password wasn't working or whatever. So I'm like, Dad, I can just go get you the same silver for the same price without you being a member of something. I mean, if you want to become a member of this organization, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it. But I'm like, if you're doing it solely just so you can get 3 ounces of silver, so it opens up the door so you can get more silver, you can get silver other places and probably for a better price. But unfortunately, kids and some older generations become the same in many ways. They see commercials, they fall for the commercials, and they order the products. Kids want you to order the product. Like, hey, I saw this cool video game and blah, 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 and it does this and that. And I'm like, yikes. Yes. Yeah, we are. It's so weird. I'm in my 50s, and yeah, we're still kids in our parents' eyes. Yeah. I think mothers, I don't know if you have children. I never pry into people's lives. But mothers are a special breed. Mothers just love their children. They're always babies. There's always babies. You're never going to stop being a baby until you're, sadly, until your parents pass on, you're always going to be their baby. That's just how it is. Because, that'll be generation after. It's the generational curse. That's a joke. If you don't know about that, the whole charismatic movement with the generational curse. But anyways, yeah, it's amazing how that is. I try. No, I don't want to look at my kids as babies all the time, but moms are different. There's nothing you can say to a mom. That child can be as lost as possible. If you can have a lost child, and that mother will love you and will not stop loving you. They will not stop praying. As a father, I will tell you right now, sometimes like I don't have that same commitment that my wife would have. I'm like, okay, the kid's not listening. You know what I mean? But mothers never give up. And I'm not saying, and I always say we should never give up. We shouldn't. But moms are just different. They're awesome. That's why I'm telling you, that's why women are just that. Why do you think the Bible teaches women, the mothers, should rear the children at home? Because mothers, as much as a father is important in that child's life, a mother inside that home is so much more important at rearing them at home while a father is at work. But there are other things we do as a father. Like I go to the coin store with one of my boys. The other boy I bring to the hardware store and things of that nature. So there are all these different things. Like I have my 13-year-old pumping gas in my truck now. He goes from start to finish. He pays for the whole thing. He goes to the pump. He presses the button. He knows how to do that by heart. And that's my job as a dad to teach him these things. The 11-year-old as well. Obviously, the older one can pump his own gas because he drives. He's 21, so he can do it himself. I know I just went way off there for a second, but yeah. I'm a grown man. I remember. So for me, my dad never complimented me on anything. I remember writing a short story a long time ago when I was younger. See, I've always been trying to write, always been a writer. Even though I'm not very literate, I still try to write. And he said, terrible story. Terrible. It's not well written. It's not good. I'm like, thank you, Dad, for your encouragement. But it wasn't until here, again, remember, I'm in my 50s. And he complimented me on how good the grass looked that I just mowed. You did a good job. He didn't say great. You did a good job on the lawn. It looks good. I'm like, thank you. Pretty much the only compliment I've ever gotten from the man. But I will say is I've learned what not to do as a father. That's for sure. But yeah, he's an interesting cat. He's definitely. Oh, that'd be nice. Well, that's very nice of you. I appreciate that, brother. Man, hey, you never know because you're not that far from me. I mean, you're right. You're a couple states away. You're right down, and we go down the Gulf Shores all the time. When we go to Pensacola, we're over in Pensacola, and we go to the Gulf Shores. I know people think, oh, Born again Christians shouldn't have vacations. I got to disagree. I think me and you not argued. I guess I'm saying argue. Brother Jorge and I have talked about them. I also like them. You're a grown up. You're not a kid, Brother Jorge. You don't get to have a Mercury dime. You got to be a kid to get the Mercury dime. I'm just kidding. But I hope eventually we'll meet. In fact, when we go down the Gulf Shores, we make it a point to go over to Pensacola. There is also a coin store over there. I don't know if my son remembers the name of it, but there's a coin store over there that we go to, that we went to last year. I traded in some gold bucks to get some goldbacks rather towards a couple of $half. I got some $half. I just brought a couple of because here in Tennessee, I don't seem to be able to use them at some of the coin stores. They're not taking them as a trade like you would if you trade silver to gold. But in Florida, they do. So that's why I did it. And I have family not far from you that I need to visit. That's true. Yeah. I remember you talking about when you knew what I was talking about in the roads out in this area, through up in the area, the Tellico and stuff like that. I think you have family in Asheville, or somewhere in there. I'm a kid to Brother Calvin. Okay, I'll get Brother Steve one for you too. But yeah, my son enjoys it. Do I have one right here? Yeah, I have one right here. There's a couple of them. That's actually a Mercury dime right there. I actually have one. Don't get the wrong. There's some people like, buy silver, buy gold, buy as much, get billions of dollars worth of this stuff. I'm not that guy. But I also believe that, and then when they say, don't you have faith in God and trust in God, and that, you don't need all those stuff because he'll just do it. I'm like, yes, I do have faith, but I do believe that God puts me in a position. And this is where I think is important. And I've mentioned this before. Boy, I really, something sets me in a different direction all the time. Some of us have been fortunate enough to put in position of things that maybe we can do to help others. Like I'll look at Brother Jorge. He's someone who will be helpful one day if there was a brother in Christ up in his area that needed to build something. He's a builder. That's what he does. That's his contribution. I think God gave him that ability and blessed him with those skills. I don't have those same skills. I have other skills, not very many of them. But that's what he has. We all have something that. But I buy the Mercury dimes, but I don't buy a lot of them. I just buy when I'm evening off my purchase. Like I'll have a budget. Let's say I go spend $100. I'm just using an arbitrary number. And I'm up to 96. And the Mercury dime is $4. I throw in the Mercury dime. There you go, $4 and to add into it. That's kind of where I go with that. I remember the time I drove to Florida. That's a fun drive. There was a point where it was so foggy. I felt like I was driving, on a narrow road with what appeared to be water on both sides of the road. My goodness, I don't know where you were driving. Although I remember that's only a mirage, he says, Brother Ryan. I remember when I was in South Carolina, when me and my father were driving down there in 1986. So we were going to visit my uncle Armin and my aunt Mary, which I never liked. They lived over in Bradenton, Florida. Brother Calvin, you'll probably know where that is because you live in Florida. But Bradenton is on the west coast of Florida. That's when the first time I went to the Gulf of Mexico, which is now the Gulf of America, which I've swam in that too. But I remember going to South Carolina. We pulled off at a rest stop at one point, and it was the first time in my life I was able to go rain, no rain, rain, no rain. There was this weird line right there. But Florida is where I've learned what a real storm is. when something opens up, the skies literally. And again, it could be in other parts of the South too. Tennessee has those days as well that it'll be all of a sudden sunshine afternoon, but in Florida, it just opens up and it's a flood that drops from the sky, and then it's gone. It's just gone. It's like that. I lived in Bradenton for 2 years. I think we may have talked about this before, because I think I talked about a diner or a little breakfast joint down at the end of the road where my aunt and uncle lived. And if you followed football way back in the day, Tampa Bay Buccaneers had just an ugly, ugly orange color. And I remember that restaurant being decked out in that orange color. I mean, it's kind of closer to the color that Tennessee has for their college teams and stuff like that. The Volunteers, that orange, but it's just a really, really, really ugly orange. I remember that. Good breakfast place, though. I'll have to ask you know what? I'm gonna write this down. Since you're from Bradenton, or you lived in Bradenton, I'll have to ask my father if he can remember. And that's before his Alzheimer and all his memory loss type stuff is kicked in. So he, as you all know, having an older father, they remember certain things further back. They remember it very vividly and very sharply. So I'm going to ask, I'll write myself my note. Ask Dad about where my uncle lived in Bradenton. All right. Wrote that down. Creamsicle. Yeah. Creamsicle orange. Yeah. That would be a good cut. Yeah. That would describe it pretty well. I didn't know. I have to wonder what it looked like without the fog. I thought I was driving through bodies of water. Yeah. Storms are wild down there. Man, when it opens up, it opens up. I'll tell you, that was the first time I ever experienced it like that. Yeah, those are the same uncle and aunt that ended up moving to Nantucket. They moved up to Nantucket. I remember visiting them on Nantucket. In fact, I remember going across the ferry on from Hyannis to Nantucket, because there's a couple different places, but Hyannis was where we went across from on the Cape Cod. And my brother had told me, and I remember my brother's older. He's 10 years older than I am. He says to me, he goes, "Oh, this is where Jaws was filmed." So I'm a kid at that point. So now I'm kind of like, oh my goodness. You got to love brothers, don't you? You know, siblings are the best. So I was like, oh, I was scared the whole time going over there. I remember that. They're the ones that had the Vacation Bible School up the tip of Maine, up in Van Buren, Maine. If you look up Van Buren, Maine, well, Brother Jorge, you're in New England, so you're closer than I am these days. But Van Buren, Maine is up on the tip. When I say it's up at the tip of Maine, it is on the tip of Maine. It's right on where St. John's Valley River is, and that's the river that divides Canada and Maine up in that area. I remember canoeing on that valley, that river. That's when Brother Christopher might not be with us anymore, but that's where I did the hays there, the small hay bales. Yes, you remember the story as well, where you taught them city boys how a man hay bales. Yeah, what a stupid kid I was, thinking I could do that. That's where I saw the bear. Remember the bear that came out of the woods? Boy, I look at things. I think all of us can do this. We look back at certain things. I'm like, man, how did the good Lord protect us through all those wacky things? That's when that bear came out of the woods. I remember that. He looked at me and my cousin, and I was petrified. They say to stay still. I think you stay still by nature because you're too scared to move. And then that bear just turned around, walked back into the woods. We did not walk back to town, walk towards town. We turned around. We went right back to where we were staying, where we had no electricity. I remember that. And everybody took a bath down at the lake down there. That was weird. That was just kind of strange. I'd never done that before until that time frame. But a lot of people back in the days down here did it, the Appalachian and so forth. So, so it's not new to the thing. But I know that we got to get down to Murphy, North Carolina again. I got to get back down that area. But I'm looking forward to getting, I'm still here, he says. I'm still here, yeah. But you remember that story. I told you about that story. Bangor. I drove a straight job, 10-wheeler from Miami to Bangor back in the 80s with no heat in my truck. Man, I wouldn't have wanted, man, I'd have a bad back these days. Some of them trucks back then are rough going, I tell you. You know, truck drivers complain today. I'm like, man, I'll look at some of what the old boys were driving back in the day. Whew, that'll hurt you. That'll hurt you. Bumping down the road to Miami to Bangor. Bangor, man. Big city of Bangor. I got into some trouble with the law up in Lewiston. Not that far from Bangor. But Maine's got some fun states, although they're a little bit on the liberal side. Well, the government, I guess you could say. But they got some cheap areas up there, real cheap areas. You go towards the top of Maine and you go towards the, what's that, Nova Scotia? Is that Nova Scotia on that side? More to the east side. Real cheap over that way. Yeah, so Freightliner and it was a freight shaker. Freightliner and International, I was looking at two of those. I was thinking about those if we do the box truck. If that's the Lord's will. If the Lord wants that door to open, it'll open. If that's not where the Lord wants me, then I won't go there because I'm at a job right now, which is weird. So I went up. See, when I first got the job, I went up for my last job by 30%. And I guess we're going to go up. We're going to go up to another raise is going to come in for another $2-3. Supposedly we're going up. So I don't know if maybe I'm supposed to stay there or not. But I'm hoping to go to driving, to be honest with you. Because I think when the economy crashes in 27 and so forth, and when jobs and people laying off more, if I'm driving short trucks, 26 footers, I can go just hit the load panels and the load boards and get my own loads. These new trucks are like Cadillacs. Yeah. There's some nice ones. My stepson, he's driving for Schneider. I don't remember because I thought he had a Peterbilt, but I think he's got a Freightliner. I'll have to ask my wife. I'm not sure what he's driving. Could be an International. I'm not sure what he's driving, but he wanted to show his mom the inside of the truck, and I'm telling you, it's an apartment up in there. You got the bunk beds. I mean, they're real nice, those sleeper cabs. They're real nice. You got your refrigerator. You don't have to buy a home. You just drive all the time. Nova Scotia is way up there. Yeah, it is. My boss did a job there, and he drove. I never went to Nova Scotia. I wanted to get over there. I've been up to Montreal, but I didn't get over to Nova Scotia. I meant to. I wanted to get to New Brunswick as well, and get up to Moncton, Canada, and up to Renard's Mill. And where was the other one? Saint Antoine. That's where the other where I want to get to because I had a family that came from that direction. My last Freightliner with reefer cost me $70,000 and 96. Yeah, they're expensive. My stepson wants to eventually buy his own, and I see what he wants to, but at the same time, I'm like, that's a lot of upkeep. It's a lot of cost. I look at what the cost is going to put me into on a B truck, just a simple CDLB a box truck, a 26 footer with I don't know that I want a reefer though. I thought about it, but I don't think I want to have a reefer because I don't know. It opens you up to haul more stuff, but I don't think I would do it. I'd rather have a box truck with the lift on the back so I can lower the lift because there are some places that don't have docks. So if you have that, if you're able to pick up things from the ground, obviously, it's better. And I would get two because what if one breaks down? You're on a run. You can bring out the other one and you can bring the freight from one to the other, and you won't have to worry too much. You lose a little bit of time on the road, but at least you'll be able to move from one B truck to the other. So I tell you, because I was, I like how we go off topic sometimes. I was talking to a guy, and I might have told you guys the story, because it still sticks out to me. This guy got 3 bills. Yeah. I think that's the best way to go is to have a lift gate because lift gate just opens you up. I'd go with the 26, but 24 ain't bad. At 26, I can get 8 pallets comfortably on a 26 footer. When I'm looking at 48-inch pallets, I can get 8 on there without an issue. Because I look at the place where I work shipping and receiving now. So I look at there and I'm looking at some of these trucks, and what I've noticed is skids are getting higher too. They put them up. So I have to have at least 100-inch clearance on that box truck. I know that when I look at that. But lift gate is what I'm talking about. If you break down, you're able to get that freight off, move it to the other truck, and go about your business. You have to take care of the truck that's broke down, obviously, at some point. But now I forgot what I was going to say. The reefer, I don't think I would get because I don't see myself hauling anything of that nature. But who knows? But again, it's not about my will, it's about God's. And if that's what he wants me to do, that's what I'll do. If not the door he wants to open up, then that's not what I'm going to do. I mean, like I said, this current job, from my last job, I'm about to go. Wow. I'm trying to calculate. It's like up like $8 an hour. So that's not bad. It depends on who you go to, though. So not everybody. It depends on obviously how high those skids are. I mean, you can have them if you have 3 layers high or even 4 layers high. You could probably double stack them depending on what it is. But also the customer depends on the customer too, because not all customers want their stuff that way, and so you have to be able to have to go single. It's just the way it is. And I wouldn't pinwheel, and you don't need a pinwheel in a box truck. There's no reason to pinwheel that's for sure. But some customers are picky about how they have things go. And so, I don't know if pinwheels are more of a recent thing over the years, but pinwheel is just the way you put them in. But and what if those skids are heavy? You have a certain load, so that'd be more for really the A trucks that you'd have to worry about pinwheeling and worry about the weight distribution, because you got to set them, because you got to set them skids 1-1 or 2-1-2 or 3-2 and 1-1, so different configurations for different weight limits. So, but the other thing I think about, and I've thought about this for a long time. I've thought about driving, obviously, for myself for a long time. But when it comes to witnessing, getting Bibles out there, gospel tracts, I just imagine how many more places I could drop gospel tracts, how many gas stations, how many markets, how many just places that just opens up a lot of opportunities in different areas. That's kind of what I was thinking of it too. I thought that'd be pretty cool. And working with myself, from my understanding, obviously, I can bring my kids. If I want to bring, I don't think my wife will go with me very often. She doesn't like to go driving that much, especially on something like that. But my boys, having them with me, taking them one at a time for the experience. I mean, they've already seen, I think, more states than I have at their age. Like Alex is 13, Josh is 11. And I mean, they've been to states from Maine to Florida, over to Alabama, to Arkansas. No, we didn't get to Arkansas with them. Kentucky, West Virginia. So they're well traveled for little kiddos. I never got to see all that. I never been to Tennessee until I was an adult, because when we went to Florida in '86, we just drove straight down the coast. We just drove straight down. Have a blessed week, everyone. My relief is coming. Have to give them handovers. You sound like a nurse. I could be wrong, but my wife was a nurse. All right, sorry. But thanks for tuning in. God bless. Have a great weekend. Yeah, my wife was a nurse. That's what she used to do. I would say a woman makes a great nurse. But yeah, now talking about driving trucks. I like driving as much as I can. It's funny. I can't start my day on the weekend until I drive somewhere and then come back home. I'm not kidding you. I got to either drive up to the coin store, or I got to drive up to Weigel's, which is the southern version of the northern Cumbies, Cumberland Farms. I think Weigel's in my area that's what it's like. I gotta go for a ride. I gotta go for a ride, and then I come back. Oh, how can you hate driving? I guess if you do it for a living, you might hate it. I don't know. If you come off the road and you don't want to drive again, I don't know. You don't drive. Well, you drive to your work. Sometimes you've had some long drives. I love driving. I've drove taxi, I've drove cab, I've drove limo, I've drove caravans, I've driven box trucks, I've been vans, transports. I love driving. This is what I'm talking about right here. I took both my boys on several trips and asked them if they remembered a couple years ago, and they didn't. Oh man, yeah, it would have bummed me out too. They didn't remember something so memorable to me. Oh man, yeah. I don't know how old they were, but yeah. I want to be driven everywhere. Yet I'm driving myself everywhere. Who's going to drive you? You're not a rich man. What are we going to get? A limo? But I've always enjoyed driving. I can't. I don't know. I'm just driving all the time. Like when I got here to Tennessee, my first job here was driving for KSI. My second job here was driving for Lincare. And now I'm off the road. I don't want to go back on the road unless it's for myself, and no more of the cameras that they have now and all that nonsense. I don't want nothing to do with any of that. Well, that makes sense. 5 and 8 is kind of tough to remember some things. So, in their defense, 5 and 8, they might remember pieces. So that's why with my boys being 11 and 13, I think they're probably going to remember it more if we did it. So. But oh man, when I talk a lot, I get a scratchy throat. I gotta get some more water or a lozenge. I don't know if you hear that noise of water pouring into the thing here, but we do have to be prepared. By the way, I was talking about silver and gold, but we have to be prepared for things that are coming. And I think there's a certain level of preparation that's fine, but I think people can over prepare at the same time. And keep in mind, those of us who can prepare in certain ways, be mindful that we have brothers and sisters that aren't in the same position, and they may need us one day. We don't know, but we have to be ready for that if someone needs. That's just the way it is. Right? Okay. I'd be a happy man just to wake up at the job site now. That's how I feel in the morning time. I'm ready to go back to bed after I wake up until I get going. And once I get going, I'm fine. I'll yawn. See? Huh? I'll yawn all day long and I'll keep on going. Okay, so and this goes to what I said. Brother Jorge, you've known me well, and Brother Calvin, you're getting to know me pretty well. I'm constantly doing stuff. It is what time is it right now? It's 11 o'clock, right? Oh, wow. We've been doing this for 3 hours. It's 11 o'clock. So I'm up this morning. I'm usually up around 6:30 or so. And because that's when I have to get up for my job. I used to be up earlier than that, my other one. And I will go and go to work all day. So today, I got out at 4:30 today. And or a few minutes, a little bit after 4:30. But drive home. Well, I stopped at the bank to get some pennies, some penny rolls. My boys and I like to, we coin hunt. We go through the pennies. Then I have supper. After supper, depending on what's going on, we try to read a chapter or 2 or 3 sometimes. We're slacking this week. We did not have a good week of reading for different reasons, and it's not shouldn't be making excuses. We should have been reading. I'm the one that should be blamed for that as the head of the house. I'm the blame on that one. And then I come out here probably about 6:30 or so at night, and I'm here for the rest of the night doing research. Well, on Fridays I do the live stream, but other than that, I'm preparing videos, getting stuff done and for videos. So I'm pretty much nonstop. So when I hear people who don't work for a living tell me how busy they are and how hard it is to prepare a sermon for Sunday, it does bother me a little bit because they act as if there's no way you can do it. There's no possible way. I would beg to differ a little bit. I just saw the book. Hold on 1 second. I just happened to look around the corner. Just happened to glanced over where my guitar is. Hold on 1 second. All right. This is the book. King David and the Forgotten Kings. I know we're going back in time here. And on the back, it just talks about this reference book serves as an overview of the kings of the kingdom of Israel before and after the division from David to Zedekiah and from Jeroboam the first to Hosea. I can speak Hosea. So this is like 380 pages long. So this is, to me, when you're looking for a king real quick, and you can look in the table of contents, it'll name off the 17 chapters. I have 17, so I wrote 17 different chapters that covers different ones. I started out with King David's military campaigns and the Philistines, then war with King Saul. I don't get a lot into King David himself because a lot of people know about King David. I mean, it's covered pretty well. But then I go into all the other ones. I get into King Solomon. I get the even Queen Athaliah, King Joash. So this is what I put together for the as a companion guide, I guess, to when you're studying kings, or you're trying to think of a king and you're not sure where it is located in the Bible, what scripture. So let's say, let me just go to let's find a chapter to start. All right, King Abijah. Well, this tells you where it is. I write down he's also known as Abijam. He's a relatively brief, but he's a significant figure in the Hebrew Bible, primarily mentioned in 1 Kings chapter 14. So I already kind of basically tell you where it starts. And so then, let's be honest, not all of us can right off the top of our heads tell you every single king and where they are right away. So I think if you're studying things like that, I just think it's a good reference guide for kids and to do. So there you go. That's that book. So that's 3 books I got. That's it. That's all I've written. I've written this or compiled. Well, I didn't write King David, but I compiled that, worked on that, and I obviously that, and we'll get to that when I get there. Oh, what's this? I was watching George's vid just before coming here. It was about the best way to witness to Jews. I have to say it was fascinating, to say the least, and David was in the discussion. I did see it because I am still subscribed to him. I saw the title, Witnessing to Jews, or the best way to witness to Jews, but I didn't watch it because I saw Nick's, and I'd rather see some of Nick's stuff over George's stuff. So I wanted to try to catch Nick, but even though he's pretty long, actually, I think Nick was pretty short today. For Nick's standards, I think he was pretty short today. I thought I'd still get an hour or two watching him. George Antonios. He's got a channel called Counsel and Might, which he's got it written in Latin. Oh, there you go again. Dr. Georgie, he says. George Antonios, Counsel and Might. Yep. Is it spelled with an S? I never noticed that. For some reason, I thought it was with a C for some odd reason. I think now George is a Baptist. Pretty sure he's a Baptist. I don't know if he's a strict Baptist or a particular Baptist, free will Baptist. I don't know what kind of Baptist he is. He can't be Southern Baptist because he's not South. Because he's in Canada. That's why I said that. But he is a Baptist. But he kind of reminds me of a secular Baptist in a way. I don't know. A lot of flirting with the world and all the worldly things, I think. It's just me. He has some interesting things on there. There's a lot of combative stuff in there, though. I say in the chats, there's a lot of arguing over there, which is what I did like about Nick's channel for a while. On Nick's channel, I never saw any arguing or any combative issues or strife or things of that nature. Yeah, it was just until very recently I started seeing a little bit of signs of combative conversations in his chats. He's an IFB from my understanding. I know he holds to their views for sure. Okay, so he's an IFB. Yeah, I knew he's a Baptist. I just didn't know what type of Baptist, but we talk about government and stuff like that. I'll ask you, brother. I know what brother Jorge's opinion on it, feelings, but do you think a pastor? Now you get two different people, right? You have regular people, and just us, just us simple folks who aren't, we're not deacons, bishops, preachers, pastors, teachers, or with any titles or of any kind. We don't get paid by the government. Do you believe that a pastor or preacher, I always say the two because the reason I say it that way, because pastors, to me, I find the word pastor more commonly used in the North and the word preacher more commonly used in the South. Now, that's just from what I've seen. You guys can tell me differently from where you are. But do you believe a pastor or preacher should get money from the government to stay home and be a pastor and preacher? I say no. I think it's wrong. I don't think it's right. But here's me judging. I'm judging. But to me, I've tried to make sure, and I think we should do it no matter what. We should all be striving to be as biblical as we possibly can. And now I know that we're going to make errors along the way. We are not perfect. We make mistakes. We say something wrong we didn't mean to say. We offend somebody, and we didn't mean to offend somebody. But something happened to me today. But yesterday I caught myself because I realized it would have came out offensive when I meant no offense. I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you what it is. So each day. No, hold on. Okay, no way, Jose. Hold on a second. Are you talking about tax-free? Yeah, I don't believe in 501c3 either. That's not what I meant, but I mean actually getting paid. But no, I don't believe in a 501c3. I'm against it because you're yoked with the government. Just pay your tax, whatever. I don't care. Getting a check from the government, pretty much, yeah. So what I do, a driver comes in, right? They'll pick up a load, and I need their SO number so I can get them in there. So I'll say, hey, you're here. So we make recycled plates is what we make it where I work. They make it from the switchgrass or whatever grass that they have, and so forth. But I always say, I'm like, what are you here for today? What load are you picking up? Strawberries? And they're like, no. And I'll make a joke. Next day I'll say, I'll tell another driver the next day, what are you picking up? Blueberries? And they're like, no. Yeah, I try to have a sense of humor, have a good time, But yesterday there was a black guy, and he walks in. I says, and each day I name off a different fruit. And why today I chose cantaloupe and watermelon, I don't know. And I realized, I was like, oh no, that's going to come out wrong because it's such a sensitive word. I just keep picking a fruit. And I wouldn't even I don't think he was a black guy. I think he might have been more Haitian, but anyways. And so I'm like, oh man. But that's a problem with the society. Things take the wrong word because he wouldn't have known that every day I name off a different produce item each day. So, oh well. Somebody's going to say, oh, you're a secret racist. No, get out of here. All right. Getting check from the government. Government pays pastors. Yeah, I'm gonna get that in a second. Didn't think about the 501c3 aspect. Yeah, and you cannot be 501c3. Um, so when I was looking this up, because I was talking to a pastor up north, and I asked him if they were 501c3. He said, yeah, they have to be. And I said, what do you mean you have to be? He goes, any church, no matter when you're a church, you have to be 501c3. I'm like, that makes no sense to me. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. So I was looking that up one point in time, and I don't and I what from what I read, you cannot be 501c3. You can pay taxes. You can file to not be a 501c3. It's just weird. But anyways, separation of church and state. LOES. I'm not sure what we're talking about. Okay, hold on. Apparently it's a Canadian thing. Well, you know where I was going with that one. So, do you think to stay home in Canada, some people draw monies from the government. They do not hold down a job yet preach full time? Yes, yes, somebody does that. I think it's wrong for a man to take money from the government, take a welfare check, so that they can stay home and be a full-time preacher. I think that's worse than taking money from a congregation. Now, I can see someone justifying why your parishioners would pay you to be a full-time preacher. Whether I'm for or against it, I'm against it at a certain age, but I'm for it at a certain age. Elders. But there are some people who don't have a job and they preach full time, but they draw money from the government, i.e., welfare, not disability, not a pension, welfare. That to me is wrong. I do not understand that. And I don't think you can make an argument, in my personal opinion, I'll listen to it. I don't think you can make an argument, well, God provides. God always provides. So he used the government to provide. I think God would have provided you without the government. God don't need the government. He could have provided just fine for you. Just fine. But these are usually guys and men who seek to have a level. Yeah, you got another guy who does GoFundMe page, gives Sudden Go pages and all that to donate to keep him to stay home so he can full-time preach. I know another guy who stays home to be a teacher online, and he gets paid a disability check or a pension check. He keeps changing his what he says it's for, so he can stay home and teach. He quit his job, got disability, so he can stay home. Those are the type of born-again Christians that I think give a bad rap. Those are Christians give a bad rap, in my opinion. I'm just saying. I'm not saying no one ever can be disabled. Please don't. I'm not saying that. People do get disabled. That's exactly the case. I remember it when he said it. I was floored. I was absolutely floored. And inside my head, I'm thinking, wait a minute. Did I just hear what I think I heard? Did I hear what I think I heard? And people will say, oh, well, I mean, in America, they have tax credits. That this is not the same. Tax credits in America for a child, I'm sorry, it's not the same as someone trying to stay home, not have a job, be a full-time preacher, and collect money off the government. No, there's no way that that's the same. These guys should just go with the obviously correct way of doing things and have Tithely. You always bring it back to Tithely, don't you? So, did I mention this last week where my wife said, oh, she was at an old couple. She ran into an old couple at a thrift store or at the flea market there. And they invited her to their church, a church in a Baptist church up the road. But so anyway, they invited. So I was reading the comment over there. They invited her to go, so she told me about it. So I was like, all right, I'll look it up. I checked it out. Did I tell you this, brother Jorge? Did I already tell you the story? If I told you, I told you. But and I looked and I went right to the donate. They have a button that says donate button. So I clicked on donate, and sure enough, it said Tithely on it. And I couldn't believe it. It cracked me up, and I thought about the conversations we had about that app, and I thought it was just hilarious. Oh, I didn't tell you about it? Oh man. I wish I could remember the name of the church. I'd look it up so I could show you the donate page. I was watching when you were on and must have missed it. Was I on? I might have been on his live stream when he said that. I can't remember if I was. I remember him saying it. I just don't remember if I was actually on talking to him at that point in time, because I've been on there. Because I keep thinking I should keep going on there, though. I just feel like there's a reason, and I don't know what. I wonder what Tithely's got is. I don't think Brother Daniel knows about Tithely and the others. Oh, here. It's an app that's especially made for churches and pastors and preachers to donate. You can go on an app and do it, which is hilarious to me. I don't believe in apps and all that. I don't that kind of stuff. Like, yeah, I don't believe in that kind of stuff. I'm trying to. I don't think I can do share screen on this one. I don't know if it's going to work or not. Let me click on this here. Let's here. Let me see if I can do share screen. He's shaking his head. Look at this guy. He's shaking his head. All right, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Yeah, it looks like it's on the screen now. All right. That's Team U. Okay, there it is. Welcome, Tithely. We had a big discussion about this, Brother Daniel. Brother Daniel, I hope you enjoy the fact that we go down all these different roads. Welcome back. Oh, because I've been on this channel. Look, it makes it look like I actually joined it. I did not. I promise you I've never joined this. Oh, it says welcome, Tithely. Well, where do you get to the other part? Join the referral program. No. I want to look at the app itself. Let's go to this button here. There we go. Simply manage church giving, administration, engagement in a single place. So look on it. The first one I see, I don't know if you know who this is. Saddleback Church. Do you guys know who that is? That is Rick Warren's church. If I am correct, that's Rick Warren's church. You got North Coast, River Valley, I never heard of. Rock Church, never heard of. AG Assembly of God, obviously I've heard of. Salvation Army, I've heard of clearly. But yeah, that's all you got to do is you just sign up for this and yeah, church app, sites, people, and you can just go on the internet and just donate money to these churches. Well, the pastor. Now you don't have to get your hands dirty reaching into your pockets for that filthy cash. Yeah. So, and here's my complaint about this. And I still think I'm gonna talk about that. I might make a video up on this. I just think it's important. I'm gonna talk about it differently because I see Baptist churches with this. Now, there are Baptist churches that have. Thankfully, the one I go to, they have such a rudimentary website. I don't think they have it on theirs. But if they do, I will call them out in a heartbeat. But how can you be against you preach about the mark of the beast and all the stuff, electronics and so forth, and yet you have a Tithely app. You are participating in the paving of the road to taking the mark of the beast and being, all of that digital footprint and so forth. So I think it's hypocritical to have this app. But yeah, there's other apps too. I think there's one really dedicated for Catholics too, Catholic priests and so forth. But this Tithely app is, look at, join over 50 churches. I'm sorry, 50,000 churches. Man, that's amazing. Probably you have to pay. Did we? There you go. So we have the $72 a month. You can do the free giving. So, you don't have to get charged for your giving. It accepts unlimited donations. Well, that's good. Unlimited donations, just in case that pastor needs a brand new car. I don't think they do Cadillacs anymore like they did in the old days. They probably have Teslas. I have no idea. Let donors cover the fees. Let donors cover the fees. Look at that. Look at that. I like competitive rates. No credit card 2.9%, bank 1%, Amex 3. Look at this nonsense. This is the stuff that's crazy to me. I'm like, I think this is just wrong on every level. Oops, I took myself on screen. I meant to take that. I can't really get behind on that kind of stuff. I really can't. No tax on tips. I still think there would be business meetings with charts and names discussing how much was donated. Yeah. I got to go over business finances. But yeah, that's the Tidely app, Brother Daniel. We talked about this a while back because when I came across it, I was stunned. I couldn't believe it. I don't know where I came across it, though. That's the only thing. I don't remember how I came across that. But I remember telling Brother Jorge, and then we ended up talking about it. But in all honesty, how can you be... I get the donations on, I guess, YouTube. Some people donate money there, or what do you call them? Super chats. That's what it's called, super chats. The first time I watched a secular person, a news person, they do like during the MAGA. He came up during the whole MAGA movement time frame, and he kept on popping up in my algorithm. So I finally decided to watch this guy, and that's when I learned about these super chats. And I was like, what in the world? Super chats? What's this all about? So, which is basically you just donate a bunch of money. The next time I saw that type of stuff, super chats and stuff like that, was on the SFT, where people pay to ask a question. I find that just weird. So here's the thing. Now this is absolutely terrible, I think, by SFT, because what you're saying is to people who don't have enough money to ask a question, they get put to the back of the line. But people who can pay, they're allowed to do that. And of course, super chats get their comment question read. Yep, SFT. I think that's the stupidest thing in the world. I think that's unchristian. I'm not saying you can't super chat. You do what you're gonna do. But when you actually are charging people, how are you? I think of indulgences, right? The Roman Catholic Church has indulgences. To me, you can almost compare that to that same thing. You're paying to ask, what in the world? Nobody pays me. So, guys, I'm going to set up Tidely. I'm going to need some donations. Tax-free, of course. Can't pay them taxes. I ain't paying no taxes. 501c3. Got to make sure my property is covered. You can't take my property. I mean, it's... How much more like the world can we get as Christians out there and getting into all this? I'm a loss for words. You pay to win. We're just losers. Yeah. And this, I remember watching one channel, and the same person. In fact, this person somehow found me or something, and I don't know how he was on. He was a subscriber to my channel for a brief time, but that's a great spiel, George. Righteousness, giving without getting your hands dirty. Yeah, I can't. Oh, a guy named SoCal Preston. SoCal Preston has a lot of money. I don't know who he is, but he pays a lot of money to get his questions read. I don't know if that's because he's got legitimate questions or the fact that he just pays. He just pays. He's got the money to do it. But gets him in there. I think it's wrong. Yeah, I'm judging, I guess. But what happened to us sharing our knowledge with each other for free, whatever it may be? What happened to brothers and sisters helping one another along the way? You better have Tidely. You better have super chats. And I'm not saying don't. I just want to make this clear too. If you want to donate to some sort of ministry out there that you believe in and you like, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying this type of stuff where you're paying for things and you know, please take my donation, brother Steve. Will do. That'll go right towards my mortgage, not my Bibles, not my gospel tracts where the money really should go, but it'll go to feed my family because I don't work for a living. I stay at home. Um, I know I'm sounding a little sarcastic and condescending, but that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, this is ridiculous. To me, it's insanity. How are you different from the world? How are you different? How are you different? How are you a peculiar person, as Peter talked about? How are you peculiar? You're not peculiar at all. You're like the world. When you're walking to a movie theater with a bunch of atheists to watch the same film, how are you different? How are you even striving to be different at that point? If I was evil, they could put me on their payroll for marketing. It's more fun to just make fun of them. And it's sad. I think some of them aren't even. I think some of them aren't legit. I believe that. I think some of them are just lost. I think people and some are just convinced to believe that that's where you do it. And again, I'm not against. There's a particular brother that reached out to me, and he's going to send me up some gospel tracks, and I am incredibly thankful for that. I think he is, anyways. Last time I talked to him, and that's just awesome. Man, because he had some old chick tracks, I'm incredibly thankful. They'll go into the baggies over there that we put into mailboxes and stuff like that. I think I've shown you guys that before. What we put together, and we try to get into mailboxes. On mailboxes, and that's what we do. We try to get as many out there, not as many as I think I should get out there, but I will admit some days that I can do them. It's pretty cold, so we don't get out that early in the morning in the cold weather to do it. I know. Yeah, but yeah, it's a cultural problem. Money is the goal for so many things. And what do you hear? Well, money's not evil. Bible teaches us money is not evil. Okay, does anybody want to? I'll let y'all. You know the verse, and they're taking that out of context. Money's not evil. Money's not evil. I didn't say money is evil. I didn't say money in and by itself having of course, fiat money these days, the government and stuff like that, the economic cost, the crashing dollar, and how you should probably get yourself into some silver. Excuse me, precious metals of some kind. But there's a root in that evil, and there is more worship on mammon than there is anything else, and that's unfortunate. Now, I'm not saying you can't go make money and try to make good money and raise a family. And never mind that 10% nonsense. I don't believe in 10%. I don't. You can't sell me that all day long. You won't sell me that ever. 1 Timothy 6:10. For the love of money is the root of all evil. There you go. It's not the money. It's not money is evil. For the love of money is the root of all evil, which while some coveted after, they have erred from the faith and pierced themselves through with many sorrows. Yeah. So when I hear guys like George, and he makes some good points in his stuff that he talks about, there's no doubt about that. I'm not disagreeing. But when you go and you literally say that your number one interest is to build a brand, I hope that we can reach just our conversations that you guys that we're having here. Somebody just pops through and they've learned something from it. Doesn't have to be from me. If they read this verse that 1 Timothy that brother Jorge put up, or the next one I see he just put up, Matthew 6. If someone pops in and that helps them, that's what we're supposed to be doing. Then great. Then that's the reach we want to get. Not super chats and donate money to me. I don't want money from nobody. I'm not looking for any money. I'd rather if and I've said this before, if anybody wants to donate anything, I say donate me gospel tracks. because that's what matters. You want to throw some Bibles my direction, and we'll get them out there. That's what I look at. I don't need money. I work for a living. I make big time money, enough to survive. That's what I make. That's the big time money I make. I'm not big time, so I'm just making a joke. No man can serve two masters. That's what I was just referring to. For either he will hate the one and love the other, or else he will hold to the one and despise the other. Ye cannot ye cannot serve God and mammon. Amen. Amen, brother. And that's what we see with this tithe. We see this all the time with the super chats and this, and it gets. I think they get to a point where they get deceived by the money making aspect of it, and they think, well, maybe I can, just step aside, make money. Now, if you wanted to make money on YouTube or the internet, I don't have a problem with that. I'm not saying if you don't want to work a 9-to-5 job, I'm not saying you have to. You can make money different ways. But if you're going to make money on YouTube, for me, I think it shouldn't be on biblical matters, on the Bible. That's me. That's just how I feel. That should be a free service. That should not be like, you're living. Because making money off the word of God, I have a problem with when it comes to, sharing some information on a YouTube video. I wrote got those books there, and to be honest with you, I'll probably order a little at a time, and they're probably going to go into mailboxes for free. Because I just think people should have the information. They're for sale, yes, but I'd also probably give them out for free. So I'm not going to make a lot of money off that if I keep giving them out for free, but I will do so. Brother Jorge and Brother Christopher ordered the books, and I told them that they did not have to order them, that I would send it for free. They didn't have to order it all. It's easy to forget sometimes that coveting is a sin. Yeah, it is. It is a sin. I don't keep up with the Joneses because I don't even have any neighbors called Joneses. I have one neighbor through the woods back there, and I've seen him twice. I've heard him more than twice because he has an AR-15 or an AR-10, and I hear him shoot it in his backyard, which I don't have a problem with him. That's fine with me. I don't care. But man, we're charging for our advice or things of that nature when we should be just communicating, brothers and sisters. I keep saying it over and over again, brothers and sisters communicating. I know that I make videos that I don't, communicate back and forth, but on a live stream, we try to talk back and forth in text form, I guess you could say, but we're communicating, and that's what we're supposed to be doing. But I don't know that I believe in the whole Q&A thing. I guess there's nothing wrong with it. Open mic night. What is it? What does George have? Open mic Q&A or something like that. And I've been on it too. I've been on it, and I have no problem with saying that. I've been on twice or 3 times? Twice. 2 or 3 times. I'm trying to think if I've been on 2 or 3 times. And mainly reason I was on, I remember the first time I was on was I was just talking about the King James Bible, to stay the King James Bible, stay. Defending the King James Bible is really what I was on that for. Remove, remove far from me vanity and lies. Give me neither poverty nor riches. Feed me with food convenient for me. Proverbs chapter 30, verse 8. Yeah, but that's Old Testament. I'm just kidding. You know how some people are, to fit it in their narratives of life. Yeah, but it's absolutely a good proverb. Proverbs is awesome. They're all awesome. It's funny how you'll say that's awesome. Then another verse will come up in another section. Like, that's awesome. Those are awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, our God is an awesome God. Yeah. Brother Daniel, your song is next week, just so you know. So you're going to have to tune in next week. I think it was your suggestion. Come Thou Fount. I think that was one of yours that you were liking. So that yours next week. Tonight, I did Brother Jorge, Surely Goodness and Mercy. I know I got brother Calvin's got Amazing Grace on here. I've got like 4 different versions of Amazing Grace in my library thing, so that's coming up down the road too. I remember what I said. I'm firmly a believer, and I know it sounds a little bit corny and weird and old-fashioned. I do believe we're supposed to be a we the people in the fellowship. We are supposed to be communicating amongst another and exhorting one another and listening to one another where we can. Lest I be full and deny thee and say, who is the Lord? Or lest I be poor and steal and take the name of my God in vain. Proverbs 39. So I'm thinking about the single mother, right? Single mother is always an easy one to use. And she doesn't have much. She can't donate much. So is she bad because she can't? She's got a valid question, but she can't afford your super chat. So I guess her question doesn't matter because she can't get on to the board with her super chat. Or I don't know if they're all called super chats, whatever. You donate certain amounts, $5, $10, $20, whatever it may be. So now she can't afford your Catholic indulgences. So I guess she's not good enough or more important enough. And hell is in her future because she can't afford that. Come on, man. I think it's pretty disgusting. I don't like it. I mean, it's disgusting and over. Is it that exaggerated? I don't know. I don't think it is, but I'm sticking with it. Okay. There was one song I didn't do. Somebody suggested a song. I can't remember what it was. I did not care for it. It sounded very weird to me. It sounded like it was a Hillsong type song. And I can't remember what it was, but excuse me. And there's one song I couldn't find an instrumental to either. I could only find the hymn singing, and I don't know if that's a copyright issue, so I'm not going to do that one. But we are, yes, the Lord will provide. The Lord will absolutely provide, but he doesn't provide for those sitting on their tail feathers, eating bonbons on the couch. Bonbons, by the way, is an 80s reference to women who watch soap operas. I am a child of a mother from the 80s, 70s. Now that make me full of righteous. Now that make me full of righteous indignation. Not answering a legit question because it's not a super chat. Yeah, and that's. I guess as the old saying goes, how can you look at yourself in the mirror and be okay with the fact that you need to answer certain questions? And I remember seeing a couple of questions in that SFT. I'm like, wow, that's a really good question. But they donated nothing. And then you got some stupid questions, but they paid $20. So you're going to, come on, man. I'm like, you have someone in there asking a really good question, and you're going to skip right over it because you're going to put all the super chats to the top. And some they don't even get to. They get the money. They take the money, but they don't have time to get to your question. But they take your money. Better give that money back is what you should do. You didn't answer that question, so give them their money back. And sometimes they answer in the circular logic. I'm like, you still didn't answer the question. I'll put myself on the radar too. People be coming attacking me. I'm not trying to, but I don't care for the Charles Seminary. I think his name is. That's a weird last name. He's another good example of using every version to make a point when they don't all agree. I've been reading Isaiah 26:3. I'm trying to learn about perfect peace. Any wisdom? What do you got, brothers? Help another brother out here. Where's my I just had it. I just had it in front of me. What is it? There it is. I was wondering. I have my live stream Bible that I keep. Brother Christopher was kind enough to to donate to me. It's a really neat Bible. Let's go to Isaiah. Isaiah. What are your opinions, guys? Talk to Chris. I'm trying to get to Isaiah. Why is these? Well, that's weird. Well, that tab got folded over. Oh my. Okay, come on. I picked. Oh, that was a personal note. Isaiah, where are we? Isaiah 26:3. No, just praising obviously the Lord's faithfulness. Thou wilt wait. Was it 3? Yeah, 3. Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee, because he trusteth in thee. I don't think we always have perfect peace. We strive for that. We start from the beginning, though, when it starts in the beginning. In that day shall... you got it right up on the screen. There you go. We'll read it right from there. Thou wilt keep it in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee, because he trusteth in thee. Trust ye in the Lord forever, for in the Lord Jehovah is everlasting strength. Boy, it seems self-explanatory to me. I want to read from the beginning of the chapter. I like doing that. In that day shall this song be sung in the land of Judah. We have a strong city. Salvation will God appoint for walls and bulwarks. Open ye the gates, that the righteous nation will keepeth. Thou will keep him. I'm sorry. That the righteous nation which keepeth the truth may enter in. Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed. That's beautiful. I've forgotten all about that chapter entirely. I'm so into the New Testament, I forget the Old Testament sometimes. Sorry, trying to find a place to put that down. I'm like, again, I started piling stuff up again. I got books everywhere again, and I gotta somehow get more organized. I was organized. I promise you guys, it was organized. I was definitely organized before, but somehow I just yeah. And I'll probably get around to taking down that. I'll move that sign at some point. I don't know when, but I will. I want to get you guys' opinions on that verse. I want to hear you guys' view of that. Nobody? Am I gonna be the only one talking here? I mean, we have to be steadfast, right? In the faith. We have to keep staying there. We talk about Matthew when it talks about over here. There's one other mention to perfect peace in Ezra 7:12. King of Kings, unto Ezra the priest, a scribe of the law of the God of heaven, perfect peace in that at such a time. I look at it as faithfulness. That's kind of where I look at it. I mean, staying true, steadfast. It's having assurance of God's peace. I'm trying to figure out the best way to say that, especially for those who trust in Him. That's the way I'm trying to think of explaining it. Right at the moment. This really seemed to really touch me. We all need perfect peace and less anger in our lives. Amen to that. Psalm 37:37. Mark the perfect man and behold the upright, for the end of that man is peace. Yeah. I'm wondering what peace that some of these guys have in their lives. Now that as you put that there, this really seemed really touching. We all need perfect peace and less anger in our lives. what do they harbor from before? What anger are they holding on to? I do believe there are some who have been overlooked in their lives or felt to believe that they were not smart enough for some reason. Trying to be something they weren't because somebody was better. When I hear different things from different people out there, I get a sense that they strove to prove themselves to man, but they're not striving to prove themselves to God. I think of one who was overlooked and not the favorite in their family, so they were overlooked. I think of another one whose brother was considered to be the better brother. These are men that always are seeking to be noticed. Some of it vanity. A couple more popping in as I'm talking. I'm sorry. I think the Bible defines it as implacable. Romans 14:19. Let's therefore follow after the things which make for peace and things wherewith one may edify another. I like this one. I like them all, don't get me wrong, but I like this because this goes along with my pet peeve, I guess. When I see the constant or the consistent arguing and debating among the brethren, it's not a good debating. It doesn't ever seem to be. There becomes to be there's a hostile spirit. There's the spirit of anger, which we are not supposed to have, and it doesn't edify. I see people walking away from things annoyed, concerned, angered by things, which is unfortunate. People, well, the truth is going to anger somebody. It's not the truth that angers somebody all the time, especially when it comes to brethren. It's your approach. I was talking about this to someone at work, not only the people that I see in chat forums. You may have a good idea, or you may be right about something, but your approach to it, nobody wants to hear you. No one wants to hear a thing you have to say because you're just angry. You're just hostile. You're combative. And that's not going to, people misunderstand the kumbaya part of this. And it's not about kumbaya. It's not about that. I say that. I just like using that because it's perfect, in my opinion, of an analogy. It's just, you don't have to. Some people, stumbling on my words, a younger generation is more apt to be zealous and misplaced zeal than older people are. Older people still can be, but I'm just saying that seems to be what I see most often not. I think most of us can admit that when we were first saved, we were gung-ho, man. And that doesn't mean it's a negative. It means we were full of zeal. We just want to be out there, man. We felt what we felt, and we felt great, and we're saved. We want to share the word. We want to do this, and then we want to go, hey, man, that's a sin. That's a sin, man. You're a sinner, and yeah, we're all sinners. And we start, but that's that new, and that's where I think proper discipleship when it comes to temperament becomes important, because young people don't have, more often than not, temperament. They don't have that calmness to approach the situation. I know I can say the same thing about me as a young, not only but a young person, a young attitude, and anyone under 25, because the brain is not fully formed until you're 25, but they lack that. But sometimes the discipleship they may get is by someone who is equally, if not more, angry at the world themselves. And they've had no history of peace in their life because they've always been striving to be noticed, to be something, to be somebody. So they have no peace. And when they start going after things, following what 14:9, we follow 19 rather, they're following after things which make no peace. It's selfishness. It's about themselves. So, I mean, I did have a website, and I did do that, and I shut it down. I let it expire because, number one, I didn't have enough time to do it. Number two, I'm like, was that more than I needed to do? Was a website important to have? You know, for my own personal, for me, number one, you're going to be only as big as God wants you to be. That's for sure. But people are striving to be more than they are and more than God is saying you should be. There are people who feel they're called. There's a pastor up in Connecticut. I don't think he was called to be a preacher or a pastor. I just don't think that. There's nothing there. You know, he'd probably be a good professor or in a school classroom. He's very dry, which don't make for good, exciting sermons. I'll tell you that. I remember when we first went to this there, walked in, and we didn't feel that welcomed. They weren't mean. They're just like, hey, how you doing? I remember my wife and I were just talking about this the other day. There was a mother and a daughter that walked in, and no one greeted them except for me and my wife. I walked over there with my wife. I said, hello, welcome. And I hadn't even been going to that church very long. We'd been at that point, we had probably been there for about, I don't know, a couple of months, maybe 2-3 months. Maybe it was more. I don't know, but I don't think it was all that more. And we do that with the brethren here on these channels. I see them they welcome them. Hello. And the moment there's a disagreement, there's anger. And it can be a disagreement. You can try to prove your point from scriptures, and that's fine. But then it becomes anger. It's unfortunate that people can't have a disagreement civilly in a conversation. They have to just start slinging insults, name calling. How is that following after the things which make for peace? How does that edify? It doesn't edify anyone. I don't see it. Okay, I went off a different direction. I'm sorry. I often go in different directions, and sorry, but and I will continue to hound on this about the brethren, about loving one another, about lifting one another without hatred. And I think brother Daniel talked about you weren't being hate you weren't having hatred, and you weren't. I'm not saying you. I didn't say. I'm definitely not saying that when you were talking in that other channel with the other young brother. He wasn't here very long. He probably is mad at me. I don't know. I hope not, because don't go away with anger, man. I just we have to have some temperament, some level of dignity and maturity, and understand when indignation is righteous or not. We have to discern our words very carefully. Sometimes we just go running off at the mouth. I've done it a time or two in my life. Ain't no doubt about it. I'm just as guilty. But each day we should be striving to be better. And when I coached a long time ago basketball, here's perfection. Here's you striving to perfection, but never reaching it. Here's you, no perfection and not striving. You got nothing. Each day you should be a little bit better than you were. You're not going to be perfect, but you're going to be a little bit better each day. better than you were. Never mind how much Hebrew somebody knows and how much Greek somebody else knows and how much Aramaic one knows, a Syriac one knows, a Koine Greek, or whatever 10 different Latins there are. I thought there were 10. I think Brother Calvin was saying it's 6 to 7. He could be absolutely correct. I did not double check on that one, so he could be 100% correct. That doesn't mean anything. We tend to look at these men with all this knowledge as if they are almost more saved than we are. You can't be more saved. You're either saved or not saved. There's not more saved. What's the old joke? You can't be kind of pregnant. You're either pregnant or not pregnant. That's, I'm kind of saved. I don't think that's a thing. I don't think that's a thing at all. My eyes are starting to feel heavy. So I think I'm starting to get tired. I felt my right eye is getting a little heavy on me here, so I think I'm getting tired. So it's midnight. Like I said, I get up 6 o'clock in the morning, and I'm not the only one. I know you guys work all day too. You guys work all day, and the fact that, dude, you guys stayed up this late, 12 o'clock, and we're talking and having fellowship, and I appreciate it. I really do. Oh, nope. Calvin's got, let's throw this in. Lastly, Ephesians 5:22-23. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy. Yeah, people preach on this, but they don't follow it. Spirit is love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, temperance. Against such there is no law. I think I actually did I might have done a long one on that. I think I did an hour-long one on that one video a while back. Thank you, for Brother Calvin, for putting that up there. Good, I'm sleepy now. Yeah, me too, man. I told my wife I was going to try to make these only 8 to 11, 3 hours. I don't want to turn into a Nick and those guys. I don't want to go too long, but sometimes when the conversation's there, we're going to roll with it. You know what I mean? I feel guilty if I didn't let everybody talk. I'll never beat. No, I won't beat him. I think he's gone like 6, 7 hours. That's a working shift. That's a full working shift. Dissecting a video. I'm like, that's commitment to that. I don't tell you. I can't do it. I don't think I can do it. Maybe I could try, but I don't think I'd ever make it. I would never make it. I won't make it. All right. Brothers, and if any sisters are watching, I don't know, but brothers and sisters, thank you for being here this evening. Guys, I appreciate every week, man. We get together, we talk. We never know which direction we're going in. But listen, I appreciate it. Obviously, another Westcott and Horror will be out either on Sunday or Monday. I think I'm going to start doing messages. I hate calling them sermons. I don't want to call them sermons because that makes me look like I'm trying to be a preacher. I'm not trying to do that. But Sunday and Monday, we'll get a couple things out. So thanks, guys. Thanks, Brother Calvin, Brother Jorge, Brother Daniel. Appreciate it being here. Esther's not with us right now. Brother Christopher, thank you. Man, thanks. I'm thankful for the Lord above all. Thankful for God. I really am, to be able to put this channel here that gives us an opportunity to talk with each other without having to have any expectations, just being brothers and sisters and having conversations. So I'm thankful for that. All right. God bless everyone. Awesome fellowship. Good night, all. Absolutely. All right. Awkwardly hang up, sign off. Good night, brothers.